Okay. Greetings, Wanderers. Welcome back. We are going to be playing some more Ys Chronicles tonight, hopefully. Given the short length of this game, we might even beat it tonight, but we'll see how it goes. Let's see. This game doesn't like to be minimized, so we're just going to jump right into it. Loading up my save. And I ended at the armory last night. Soundtrack do I have active? I can play, okay. I'm gonna start with the Chronicles version. We'll change back later, because I do like both soundtracks. They're really nice. So our next goal is to head into the mine. However, I want to take a little time to run back to the starter town, Barbados Port. Here we are. If I could remember where Barbados Port is. I know it's south. There's a lot of cliffs leading up to Midia. Okay, I want to talk to some of these NPCs because last time I played, a viewer alerted me that these characters, sometimes there's secret events you can see. So, and I like to take my time with these types of games and explore a little bit and see some of the secrets the developers put in, especially in these older games. I actually kind of like that. Big, strong, supple men fighting to keep me from harm. It's really pretty sexy. Thank you, Arcia. Where is the doctor? I start. I was east of these Pickards. My favorite critters. This game. There they are. Dr. Pluto. That sword. Fair enough. You want to see Asteria with your own eyes, do you? If you're that determined, I don't plan to stop you, but please be careful. Troubles are brewing over in Minia. Somebody somewhere is playing something awful. Something terrible's been happening in Minia. I wonder if Barbados next. I just came from Minia. Unless they're talking about the man in the black cape that all the towns keep seeing. So I want to check in here with this guy Slaff. Battle. It's pretty cold of you to leave without even saying goodbye. Still, you're feeling better, so I'll overlook it. This time. Yeah, my men tell me something is definitely happening to Minia. Whatever it is, it's no good at all. Do you know anything more specific about what's going on out there, Adol? Adol told Slav all about the recent chain of events. He explained that he was searching for the books of Ys and told of his odd experience in the shrine. Wow, it's like some kind of fairy tale. First the Stormwall, now this. Are we in a magical fantasy land built for someone's amusement? Looks at the camera. Either way, you've got a heaping helping of destiny in your plate, Adol. Eat up, I say. Actually, will you follow me for a moment? Oh, we're going to... Oh, I don't want the control. He's doing it by himself. Cool. Walking. Here, take this sword with you. Oh, the Tell War. Oh, and I got an achievement. Do the Tell War before entering the tower. I found him while patrolling a Whitehorn beach 6 months ago. Probably from a trade ship capsized by the storm wall, which means they won't miss it, so don't feel bad. I think it came from one of the countries in the east. The curved blade gives it a distinctive feel. Curved swords. I think you'll make good use of it. Hope it comes in handy fighting all those monsters. It's weird, you know, seeing that determined look in your eyes. I almost want to go with you. Oh well, I'll see you later, man. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to swing by. Nice. Your weapon. Not really a whole lot of reason to head back. Let's see, so far you curve exercise like to backtrack. Or at least the game doesn't give you blatant reason to backtrack, other than NPCs saying other things differently. If I told him I wanted to join, he'd be all like, the militia is not for kids. But he seems nice, and I guess he's right. Norman's Bar Mini, I have. Give that guy's ring back to him. I already talked to these people. Stefan. Okay, I think that was the secret, was getting the sword. The Tall War. It'll definitely come in handy. Or Soul Shield and Reflex Armor. Of course, this game does feature the infamous bumper combat. You need to hit monsters. You need to walk into monsters. Just offset of their center in order to actually hit them. Once you risk taking damage yourself. Now, these monsters are like really weak, so they don't do crap to me. Battle's got too many badass points. There's any other areas to explore here, so we'll head back to Midia. To the byway. Okay, so I have 2 books of Ys. Blue one and a red one. The next one's in the mine. I don't think I'm missing anything else. I still have a heal potion. So I am curious. I had a viewer inform me very kindly that there is a secret event in the forest over here somewhere. The plains. That seemed like it was time dependent. I may have even already missed it, because Falcom can put events in their games that are time dependent on where the plot is. Like in the Trail series. It sounds like it's similar in Ys. Ys 1 at least. I'm supposed to hear a sound effect. It tells me that the event's happening, but every time I've come here I haven't heard it yet, so. I haven't heard anything. Rhoda tree again. Maybe I need the mask? Well, the mask reveals secrets. Or hidden pathways, anyway. But it hides enemies. Now, I'm decked out in a lot of equipment now, so I'm not scared of bumping into anything on accident, so... I don't see anything. And I don't hear the sound effects, so... Assuming it's not here yet. Either that or I just missed it. Which is fine. Not that big a deal. Bumped into something there. I can always come back, or I can play the game again, or I can, just look it up. Look up and see what happens. I do like to see them as they happen. If I can. I don't think it was in this area. That's the way back. Anything behind the tree? The Rhoda tree? Ah, nothing. No secret passages or anything. Nothing on the tree either. Okay. Oops. Bumped into something there. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to do, since I already checked Barbados ports, is I want to check Sepik Village. Just east of here, right? Yeah, Sepik, east. Because last night, I saved a girl named Fina, a blue-haired girl who looks suspiciously like a certain blue-haired poet named Rhea, and who both suspiciously look like the two blue-haired angelic women in the opening video. I'm sure it doesn't mean much, right? So, she's staying in one of these houses. I want that one. The axe. Not the home of the axe. Yeah, this is the mayor's house. She's in the soothsayer's house. The old woman's house. Nope. Not that one. There she is. Oh, she's awake. Brought her back. She collapsed last time, and she had a fever. Jiba. See, Fina, she's awake. Adol. Don't worry about Fina. She's feeling just fine. Her fever wasn't anything serious. She was just fatigued from her long and frightening ordeal. I'm sorry, Adol. I can't believe I just collapsed like that without even properly thanking you. It's a bit late now, but thank you, Adol Kristen, for saving me from that dark, dank prison. You're very welcome. I'll continue looking after Fina for a while. I think some of the area's less savory inhabitants have taken an unhealthy interest in her. Oh no. Why would I be imprisoned in such a place? Try as I might, I simply cannot remember. My memories are the prison, in my own name. Nothing else. Whenever I attempt to focus and remember anything else, all that comes to me is headache. Poor girl. Appearance of a man in a black cape in all these towns. Imprisonment of Fina. And the theft of the silver bell. plot thickens, as they say. And I believe I've actually seen... I think for some reason I can't shake the feeling that I missed a chest somewhere. But I can't remember where. It was in a green area, I just don't remember where. I'll give it a quick once over here, and then if I don't find shit, then... Oh. Something sparkling at the bottom of the pond. Golden vase was found. Oh. What is... Beautiful golden vase has a hole for some variety of equipment. Oh. Interesting. Oh, equipment. Ornament, sorry. Hole for an ornament. Jack Nunick, welcome back. On the golden vase, your first try. Yeah, I'm literally... I'm looking for... I could have swore I missed a chest in one of these areas, and I'm just running around, and I bumped into... It looked like grass, but it was the vase. Yeah, I could have swore there was a... I swear I'm... There was a chest in a green area that I might have missed. But I can't for the life of me remember where it was. Down here. Unless I'm mistaken. I know there was a chest somewhere that I couldn't open because I didn't have the key. But I could be mistaken, so... This is the other rota tree. I saw on your profile you made a Blue Sky account. Would you mind a Mastodon account? It'd be better if I even be able to follow you. What in the hell is Mastodon? I'm not saying no, I just... What is Mastodon? Is it like... You know, Blue Sky and X or Twitter, whatever the hell you want to call it. Mastodon. Because if so, yeah, I can I've been wanting to expand my social media. There it is. There's the chest. Piece of paper has been obtained. Piece of paper. Paper with several lines of an unreadable language written on it. This thing. This is like a page in the books. In a strange unreadable language. One of the East books. Piece of the East books. But yeah, I've been wanting to expand my social media stuff, so normally I don't use crap for social media. I don't, like, you know, obviously I'm streaming, but Discord and stuff like that. So this whole thing is kind of new to me. Mastodon's like Blue Sky Next. People from different servers can see your posts and interact with it. Example, I don't have a Mastodon account, but if you give me your username, I'll be able to see your posts and stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that probably later tonight after the stream. Get one set up, and then I'll put the I'll add it to the socials links under my profile. And then from there, hopefully you can just, as you said, just interact with it. We can follow along there. Mastodon. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Thank you so much for telling me about it, though. Okay, I'm trying to find the mine, so... This way, this way. I know it's west of Zepic. Here? No, not there. Suggested Mastodon because it's a very popular one. Of course, there are many others out there. Oh yeah, I believe you. I just typically, before I start stream, I typically stay away from social media. Up in Discord. We all have our biases. And our vices. Yeah, no, I'll look into it and I'll get one set up. And I'll put the link in my about. That's in mine. Oh, that's right, that Rastin. Rastin. Oh, here we go. Okay. Round 2. Save here. Last time I was in here, I couldn't do squat to these monsters, so... Oh yeah, much easier now. Especially with this tall war. Okay, so vision is very limited in here. Along the walls. Let's try and find some corners first. That's a corner, okay. Could explore mines for the first time? Yep, this is technically my second foray into the mines. But I also came in here with hardly any equipment, no levels, and I couldn't do crap to these things. But yeah, this is my first time in the mines. For real, this time. What are those things? What am I even killing? Let's see. Nubrow. A monster residing in the abandoned mine. Its appearance is strange and almost humorous, but its attacks are much more deadly than any encountered previously. Okay. And Ryle. Semi-transparent life form that lurks in the abandoned mine. Its jelly-like body latches onto its victims, begins absorbing them. Aim for the eye. Ew. Disgusting creature. It looks like that... Ah, fuck, what's it called? From that Junji Ito story. The holes in the mountains and they're like, this hole, it was made for me, and they go in and come out the other side and they're making that durr sound. This is where the PC-88 walls were covering the exit. Such BS. Oh, I can imagine. They're covering the exit. Oh, damn. That's not good. And it doesn't look like I regen health in here either. It's like the deeper levels of the shrine. Okay, this is pretty... Ooh. Heal potion was found, but Adol already had it. He left it behind. Okay. I can come back there if I need the heal. I didn't know okay, though, so far. Maybe not if I keep getting sloppy. I think I just went in a circle. Okay. Yeah, I did go in a circle. Okay. Don't go left. Let's try right this time. Gruels. Gruel? Gryle. Gryles is what they're called. They still look like dirters from that horror manga. Megara Fault? I think that's what it's called. Silver armor has been obtained. Oh. Hell yeah. Uzi made armor silver, shields its with holy magic. That's another 10 defense. Very nice. So I've got silver armor, silver shield. Presumably there's a silver sword somewhere. This way. Try not to get too lost. I can't see crap in here. Oth cross. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Lots of monsters in that little chamber. What the hell is an oth cross? A bug beast that dwells in the abandoned mine. Its slippery body deflects sword strikes and its sharp fangs can pierce armor. Doesn't go down easily. Yeah, it goes down the same as everybody else, right? At least someone like Adol could prove the encyclopedia wrong. Another chest. Tamer ring. Got the towel already. Yeah, I went back to Barbados Port because I remember you talking about events and stuff like that being hidden in NPCs having multiple dialogues. So I went back to Barbados Port, talked to everybody, and the slap guy gave me the sword. Find 2 NPCs you missed. What did I miss? Oh, you might be right. Because I know I skipped over... Shit. I know when I started, I didn't talk to everybody, but I... Torrance. These are from... Okay, he's in Barbados. So that's someone in Barbados. Aurora. That's probably someone in Minia. I'm missing somebody. Somebody in Minia and somebody in Barbados. Assuming they're sorted by where they're located. Just checking. Yeah, no. That's not gonna help. There's the heal pot. I think I missed a path down here. No, I did not. Okay. Okay, I have to leave this and heal a bit. I can also use the wing to head back. I'll just buy another wing. I'm not hurting for gold. I got 13,000. Yeah, I'm gonna wing out here. I don't want to waste that heal pot. Let's see. You playing this game today? All Ys games are all on sale. Oh yeah, I saw that. Spring sale just started. I was thinking of buying Ys 9. It'll be a while. That'd save you a good idea. It'll be a while before I get around to it because I want to go from front to back. But I checked that site. Is there any deal? I usually check that. The trends for sales and all that. Doesn't look like it's going to get any cheaper than 50% off. Anytime soon anyway, so I'll probably pick that up. The rest I already have other than Nordics. I don't have Nordics, but Nordics is on sale, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to head back to the entrance. I'm going to get overzealous. And I don't want to waste that potion either. Breaks with overuse. And the potion doesn't tell how much it heals. That's fine. Holiday and summer sale, it goes 75%. Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Okay. Bit expensive, yeah. I don't really buy. Occasionally I'll buy something I'm excited for full price, but I will almost always try to find a discount if I can help it. I'll even use third-party sites like Fanatical. Fanatical's a big one. Sometimes Humble Bundle. Or I'll just wait a few years for it to go on a big sale. Not really a FOMO type of guy. Oh wait, levels. Okay, so would have been this way. Already been this way. Ah, here we are. Oh, a light. We gotta save here. Want to buy 9 on GOG because DRM free? Very good point. Always a good point. So expensive even on sale. I'm poor too. I can't afford too many games full price. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, just out of principle, I won't buy them full price. Typically. Some games though, you know, also a while, so I'm hyped for it, and I'll drop the extra full price money for it. Oh, I like this bridge here. Stairs. B1. Floor B1. Okay, let's go right first. Oh, what is that? Oh. Nick. Beast with an enormous gaping maw. The sight of its drooling visage in pursuit is nightmare-inducing. Yeah. Devours its prey, but no one knows where the remains go. Goodness. Oh, damn. The walls, find some corners. Okay, so there's a corner right. What is that? Oh, sorry. Menon. What the hell is a Menon? Fast-moving, hard-shelled monster that bustles about in the abandoned mine. Due to its quick speed within a dimly lit environment, the Menon presents a real danger. Yeah. It's a fast one for sure. Heal ring has been obtained. Oh. Equip. The ring of coral slows enemy movement speed to half normal speed. Okay. Heal ring, a holy ring, purifies and restores the body to bring peace. Oh wait, oh, it tells me what it does. Recover HP in dungeons. Ah, okay. Okay, so I can regen again. Nice. I can use that to heal up. I'm not so dependent on the potions now. I think you're gonna love Ys 2 when you get there. You have insane dialogues. It's just an upgrade in comparison to Ys 1. Oh, that's good. No, I'm glad to hear that. Skeleton things are back in here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ys 2. Of course, I'm still taking my time with Ys 1, but really looking forward to seeing how 2 improves on Ys. Okay, that's an exit. Improves on Ys 1. Charon. Oh, is that the same monster? There's another one. No, it's not. Satu's about the abandoned mine, scaring prey with its spear and horns. Rank the superior officer to the Unos, giving it an air of dignity. That's a cute tale. Very cute. Very dead. Let's stick to the... Well, see, it's a circle. Yeah, it goes back the way it came. Okay, so that's another circle. I think this is the way I came originally. Yeah, it is. Okay. Now, do you think that I should play Origins after 2? Because it's my understanding they're kind of like a pseudo trilogy of sorts. Like, Origins explains more about the first 2, at least 1 and 2, right? Or should I stick to what I was going to do was just the release order, which means I think I have 2 more games before I get to Origins after 2. Did you ever saying about East Korean version actually never received East 1, only East 2? Oh, they only had East 2? Okay. Yeah, I remember you talking about the soundtrack was really good too. I'll have to search that up on like YouTube. I always like listening to some game soundtracks. Oh, this camera's a little... There we go. How about a chest? Rhoda tree seed has been found. Oh. Seed of an ancient tree with a flavor said to rival all else. Can I eat it? Apple peeled away the hard shell of the seed and ate the pulpy meat inside. The taste was sweet but mellow. The instant he swallowed, Apple felt a strange shudder run down his back. Strange shudder. Interesting. Well, I bet the, oh. The way I came. Getting a little lost here. Oh, this is still B1. Okay, I want to make sure I get everything in the previous floor. You find very little information about East 2 Korea version in English. You need to actually type in Korean to find things about that game. Oh, good. The Google Translate then. Shit. Oh, damn, okay. These tight corridors are kind of... Almost it. Okay, let's sit here. Okay, we're okay. Oh, maybe not. I need that potion. I don't want to die. Oh no! Good thing I saved. Damn it. Okay. To be more proactive with my saving. Okay, so there's a heal ring and a seed in here. Heal ring and seed, heal ring and seed. It's up here. Okay, and the seed is on the west side. Try to find the item change key on your keyboard. Oh yeah, it's like I don't know. Last time I played it was S is what changed. No, S changes ring. Okay. What changes item? Maybe I have to have one equipped before I can actually swap it. Let's just do the books. No, that's... Oh. Book of Ys is unable to read its strange lettering. Seemed like another language. Okay. Okay, that uses... I don't want to do that. Swap. Let's see. Shift. Nope. Number keys. Nope. It's just to use. Not finding it on my keyboard. Let's see. Okay, L1 does that. Ah, okay, so right thumbstick changes my rings. I think maybe because it's the... Yeah, I don't... Maybe it doesn't allow it, because I've hit every key on my keyboard. I've also hit every input on my controller, and I can't seem to switch my item. I can switch my rings easily, but not my item. Okay, that's the exit. Need these meatballs. Oh, the harmonica. Yes, perfect. I can bring that to Rhea. I'm gonna save. Proactive saving. Proactive saving. I'm gonna try and find the seed. Oh, damn. Find the seed. There it is. I'm gonna run outside and heal with the ring. Fuck that meatball. Here we go. Gonna regen. While this regens, I'll be right back in just a minute. Need some water. Okay, return to my water. Getting a little parched. So harmonica cost me too much time to find a PC-88 version. Yeah, I can imagine. Took me about 2 hours searching endless in the maze, those creatures killing me over and over again. PC-88, there's no difficulty. You start the game and it drops you in Minia without any context. Drop you in blind, The games will just let you flail around and get your bearings yourself. I think, let's see. I wonder if I can play it. I can play it. Not very well, but... That's funny. Oh, that's right. I wanted to eat the seed. Cool. Yeah, lack of difficulty. I do remember old games on the NES. Not a PC-88, but like just old games in general. There's no... It might have been a hard difficulty, but oftentimes it's just you don't get the choice. Okay, I think I might have... Okay, I did not miss anything. Okay. Just continue. which I can appreciate. I know there is also some of the Japanese games ported over were given easy modes, so to speak, for Western players, because we suck. Game is too hard. Okay, let's find corners. This is the way I came, because I recognize that meatball. Okay, that means the other doorway is the exit. Imagine playing an NPCs having no names, just start having names only in the complete version, not even Eternal had it. Oh, so you just had to go up their sprites? Shit. That would have been annoying. Doable, but maybe a little tedious. Okay, that means I didn't actually go up here. These other meatballs. Okay, that's a circle, looks like. Is it that meme where he's like, I have no idea who I am? No idea where I am. All I know is I must kill. Do these... These connect. It's the same floor. Okay. I think I am not lost. I'm just severely mistaken in how this layout of this mine is actually set up. Is there more stairs down? There's no stairs down and I can just wing out. Because I'm still in Abandoned Mine B1. That circle, that's where the chest is. I already came from there. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, there's a lot of monsters. Okay. Okay, I think I might wing here in a second. That room was kind of safe. If I kill this, I can heal in here. There we go. For you to have an idea, PC 88 was released in 89, right? They made a remaster version for PC 98, which is the version I recommend everyone play. Stay away from the 88 run. We're talking about PC 88 and MK2, not even the original one. PC 98 was released in 97, which also in 97 or 98 was released Eternal. Complete was released in 2001 and Chronicles in 2009. Okay, so I would like to see those eventually. I'm gonna have to accumulate them. I don't have original hardware. I don't know if I'd beat them, but I always like trying out like the really old stuff, old school. Actually, I want to go back this way. One more sweep. Ouch. There's stairs. 1F, first floor. Okay, that's... Okay, and this is back where the entrance is, but I might just wing. I think I'm just gonna wing. That's a bit of a walk back. So I have the harmonica. I want to give that to to Rhea. After I buy my wing, and I'm gonna save. Him. Nice. Can I tell you a secret? A mechanic secret about Ys Chronicles. Steam and the GOG release. Secret mechanic. Yeah, sure. Go for it. I like secrets. Love secrets. Shit, what can I sell to this guy? I've never sold anything. I don't think I need to sell anything to him. Really necklace and a golden vase. What are they worth? Where did you get this vase? In the pawn, probably for a reason. Still extremely grateful you found it. 2,000. This is pennies, man. He's not giving me crap for this stuff. It's Joe's Italian or great making nicks and cuts. 500. Ruby. 1,200. Silver armor. I think I might have seen it before. Nothing like that's ever been stolen from here, so I'm not sure when or where I would have. Maybe just a bit touched in the head. Huh. Way to put it. Okay, where's Rhea? She's in the corner. She's not in the corner. Rhea? What the fuck? Oh, not there. No one's talking about Rhea either. See about the tower? She's all in this corner. Oh, there she is. You found my harmonica. What's that? You say it was in the abandoned mine at Raston. I see. It's just as I thought. At any rate, I extend my eternal thanks to you for its safe return. You're a most kind individual. May I inquire as to your name? Adol gave his name. Adol Kristen, you say? What a wonderful ring that name has to it. Thank you again, 1,000 times, for finding my harmonica, Sir Kristen. Please, do me the honor of listening to my song. Ooh. Wrote a tree. Falcom. Doing it again. So, in the Trails in the Sky series, actually opens with Estelle, main character you play as Estelle, and her this boy named Joshua, male character named Joshua. And Joshua has a harmonica, and the game opens with him playing his harmonica on a balcony. And interestingly enough, the same motif is used in his song, the do 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 do. I'm glad to see Falcom likes to. They're nothing if consistent with their references between their games. You're running a game at 60 FPS, right? That's correct. Because your CPU is that good, but at the same time, the boss's difficulty is based on how much FPS you can get. So in other words, if you're running the game at 120 FPS, which is possible, the boss will be way harder. That's actually the same. That's actually the exact reason I put everything to 60 FPS. At the same time, if you had the game running in poor 30 FPS, it would be more easier. I'm talking about speed. It's really about the projectiles bosses throw at you. Oh, do the projectiles get is there more projectiles? Is it like every certain amount of frames they shoot out projectiles, so higher FPS, more projectiles, bullet hell kind of stuff? It's actually the exact reason I didn't spoil anything about the game. I just looked at some complaints, and that was one of the things, was that it's important that you set it to 60 FPS, 60 Hz refresh rate, because the game starts getting bullshit if you try to push it. Okay, so she played that song, beautiful ditty that Falcon likes to reuse. Which, not a complaint. I like that little tune. I can actually examine things when I hold them. And several lines of archaic language written on it. Okay. One of these guys talked about eating a seed. I remember that. In the tavern. Is it this tavern here? I think it was the three dudes. No, it's not the bartender. Thank you again for saving my hide. I guess I have nothing to say for that. She played that tune. She showed the tree. Oh. So I'm gonna go. I hit the mine. I think I explored all the mine. In 60 FPS is double the projectiles. Oh no, in 120 FPS is quadruple. My friend played this game and I couldn't understand why it was so hard for him. Quadruple projectiles. Damn. That's insanity. That is bullet hell territory. Did I buy a wing? Yeah, I did buy a wing. There's a tree up here. Assuming this tree is special. Oh, you understand our words. My name is Rhoda. I'm one of the twin trees born of the goddesses, the time of Ys. My leaves have felt the joyous timbre. That melody can awaken even the forest itself. It brings back so many memories. O swordsman, travel ye to my brother. Okay, I gotta go east. Where at his feet lies a silver blade. Silver sword, okay. Cool. I talked to it again? Your secrets. That's just the same thing. Okay. Brother tree, which I need to head back. Kerloids. I think that was down here. There's a bridge. I remember. Yeah, there it is. Maybe. Might be the wrong one. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Okay. I had to get closer to Zepik and then go down. That's why I gotta be standing still to get the heal. That's fine. Here's this tree. I don't think it's... It might be here. No, it's not. Okay. And south one more area. Should save. I'm enjoying you playing the game. Blindly without any guides and stuff because it seems a good experience. Oh, well, thank you. And thank you so much for watching. Yeah, I don't play games with guides. I played through a lot of the Trails games with guides, and it's just because those games can have an obscene amount of hidden stuff that There's no way in hell anyone's gonna see all of it all at once, but it's it feels very railroady, and I don't think I diminish the experience playing through those games with the guides, but I definitely, you know, probably would have preferred not using a guide. I know 100% what you need to do, but it just reminds me the first time I played this out I need knowledge. Good times. Anyway, good times. Always good times. Yeah, and I like playing these old games blind. Blind and taking my time. Not looking to rush things. It's the discovery, you know? Like I know for example, bigger game, something like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Monster Hunter Wilds. I think the first few weeks of launch for games like those are the most fun times to play those games because there's discovery, right? Nobody knows what's the best thing, what things you should avoid, what things you should be aiming for. It's just run around blind. Take it all in as it was intended. I have some friends. I have a friend who, you know, he's one of those guys. It's like, I gotta have the best sword. I gotta have the best whip. I gotta have the strongest equipment ASAP. I don't want to find it myself. I want someone to tell me where it is, and I'm not about it. Right? I want to take it in organically. I guess it's the best way to put it. Ah. Darkness again stirs in the world. It brings another nightmare to Ys. O swordsman, my journey begins now. Silver light beckons both hope and destruction. Lose not thy way, lose not thy will. Leave thy heart open to possibilities. Silver light began to spill out from the roots of the great tree. Silver sword has been dispelled. Oh, very nice. That will complete my silver set. Right? Yeah. Got this armor, the shield, and the sword. Wow, that has a big jump in damage too from the Tall War. 15 damage, 15 strength. Yeah, I am decked out in silver. But yeah, that's mostly applying to those kinds of more modern RPGs, especially ones with online aspects. First few weeks are always the best times. A few weeks where nobody has any idea. There's no guides, no one to spoil things either. I love the discovery process. I know some are like, nah, it's a waste of time. Just do its best. But I like figuring it out. Figure out the game. Okay, so I gave Rhea her stuff back, her harmonica. I'm gonna check on Fina again. And the old lady. Jiba. I think that was her name, Jiba. This way? Yeah, this way. Over by the pier at the lake, I taught a beautiful young girl how to play a grass flute. She was absolutely overjoyed. I can't believe something so simple could make her so happy. But making her happy made me happy too. Aw. Well, maybe we'll go take a look. The pier, he said. Where that sleeping fisherman was. Oh, there she is. Oh, it's Fina! At all. I can never thank you enough for rescuing me from that prison cell. It feels so good to be free. I still can't remember anything but my name, though. Who am I? What have I done with my life? Why was I locked in that cell in the first place? I don't know the answers to any of it. I only know that my name is Fina, and I've been a prisoner. Why can't I remember anything more? You got me. It's your problem now. I'm just kidding. This is a lovely village. Jiba introduced me to the villagers, and everyone seems so very nice. This is the first time I can recall when I felt so at peace. I don't really care if I never get my memories back. If I could stay in this place with these people. I know. I should be trying harder to remember, but I'm just so happy here. Aw, how sweet. Is there anything else? No, it's just the same thing, okay. I'm gonna chicken on Jiba. I think this is the house. I always forget where she lives. I'm not here. Must be on the north side. So that's the mayor's house, or maybe it's this one. I'm always curious what's the first experience playing games looks like to others. Yeah, true. Let's see. Looking for Fina, she went for a walk around the village. I already saw her. You don't look well. Adol told Jiba of Sarah's passing. I see. I had a terrible premonition that something like this might happen. Sarah, too, seemed to know the fate that stood before her. I suppose it was her job to know after all. Aw, poor lady. Her granddaughter, whatever. Long ago, Ys was ruled by 2 goddesses and 6 priests. Sarah and I are descended from one of those priests. Much of Sarah's power came from the Tova bloodline. That was Tovalin's Trails, sorry. Sorry, I thought I recognized that name from the Trails series. I suspect she knew more about the disasters befalling Hysteria than anyone could have imagined. Okay, same dialogue. Ask Jiba to read. We cannot grieve Sarah's loss forever. In order to grant her dying wish, she must continue onward, Adol. You must find the books of Ys. I'm fully convinced that you are the swordsman whose coming Sarah foretold. At any rate, the books of Ys. I'm a bit rusty, but with Sarah gone, I'm the only one left who can read the ancient script. Oh, she can translate. Volume Hadal, Volume Hadal. This is the book you found in the shrine. Book of Hadal. Long ago, Cleria was created in Ys. It was displayed in the Temple of Solomon as a monument to prosperity. But suddenly, disaster struck. In the shadow of that prosperity, evil had grown and brought with it the seeds of suffering. It struck with all-consuming fury, and in the wake of its demon hordes, even the fair land of Kelsida became as ash. One of the Ys games has Kelsida in its title, does it not? One of the later ones? But even if all were to be wiped away, the prosperous and the suffering alike, the twin trees and twin moons would forever watch over this land. Oh, is that it? That's just the one? Okay. Cleria. What is Cleria? Temple of Solomon. Jesus suffering. Demon Horrors, Kelsida. Okay. Tova. William Tova. In Japanese, it's called Temple of Solomon. I read that as Solomon, but I know it was Solomon. But in English, for English users, they changed that to Solomon. That makes sense. Because Solomon's a very, 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 very old name. Adds to the mysticism and fantasy of the setting. Tova, lost from our family's storehouse long ago. Book of Tova. Ys was healed by 2 goddesses and 6 priests. The goddesses embody the spirit of our land and inspire our lives. One represents order, and the other freedom. If we were ever to lose them, all our struggles and achievements would come to naught, and we would never again know peace. We must not lose the goddesses, regardless of the cost, even unto eternity's shadow. What represents order and the other freedom? Order and freedom. Words recorded in these books will surely illuminate the truth behind Asteria's turmoil. The storm wall, the appearance of the monsters, the continued theft of all items made from silver. That's... I didn't even think that one of silver thievery going on. The bells and the armor, shield, and sword are all hidden. Now Sarah's death. I'm certain all of this stems from a great instability in the flow of destiny. You are the only one with the ability to uncover the truth behind it all. I'll order, ma'am. Could you not read this? This, paper? Let's go talk to Fina again. No, I think she's south. Even in Sanjay, it's called Salmon and not Solomon. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of what was I gonna say? I just completely blanked out. Sorry. It'll come back to me. Okay, she doesn't have any new dialogue. So I'm gonna go talk to her. Excuse me, chickens. Her definitely not sister. Reaction. I can just wing. I'm walking. I'm gonna talk to Rhea. Maybe she has something else to say. Cause I'm decked out in silver now. Silver seems important. Argue but dead. Anytime I see that horrible scar upon the world, it breaks my heart. Adol, thank you so very much for finding my harmonica. No new dialogue? What about this? The old woman could... Ooh! That poem, it's something I wrote a long time ago. Adol gave the piece of paper to Rhea, because these two are definitely not important to the story at all, despite them showing up in the intro video for this game. Wings on their back and all. Adol gave a piece of paper to Rhea. Thank you so very much. That's it? By some chance, are you... No, never mind. Did I said anything, please? No, tell me. Tell me. Oh, okay. You figure out the very first try? What? What'd I figure out? Well, this is new. Oh, she's playing again. Ooh. Eastern sky is stained in red, western sky is blue. Between the lands of light and shade, my dreams are born anew. I hear the melodies of birds and taste the fresh spring air. I see the silent rhoda tree and feel I've once been there. Sight is all I'd ever need to cry until the dawn, the lost journey of man depicted thereupon. Feel the bird its wings aloft en route to clearer skies, two moons that wane out west, while east the sun doth rise. Oh. Oh, and I got an achievement. Listen to Rhea recite her poem. Fina, the wheel of fate is going to turn once more. Even if I alone were to awaken to my destiny, I wish the dream could have continued for you forever. But sadly, we both have our roles to play, you and I. Hold up. Say that again. She's not going to say it. Okay. this game has maybe it's because I played through Trails. It has similar secrets. At least the early games did. The early games had similar secrets, and these two girls are very. Maybe it was the intro video to this game when it starts and it shows the two blue-haired girls with wings, the tower, and the man in the black cape, but. Bringing items to NPCs was common in the early Trails games too. You never know with these games I made at this time. At worst, it does nothing. But now I don't know where I'm supposed to. Oh, really? I see. I have. Nice silver. Talk to the trees. Talk to both of the girls. Opening reveals too many stuff. Yeah, I think if I didn't see that opening, I would not have figured it out. I mean, they both look the same is one thing, but like it shows them with like angel wings and shit staring at the tower, so a little on the nose. Game trying to say who they are. I already talked to her though. Talk to them one more time, see if they got anything to say. She's not there anymore. There she is. One of the villagers reported something most unusual. Oh, new dialogue, okay. She said she could hear a mysterious voice mixed in with the winds upon the plain. It was like a whisper. Perhaps the voice belongs to one of the Rhoda, the great twin trees of Hysteria. I already spoke to the Rhodas, though. At one time, humans conversed readily with the Rhoda trees, merely by eating their seeds. I already did that. Perhaps, if you could find an injustice Rhoda tree seed yourself, you may have a similar experience. I already did that. Cheaper. Okay, save dialogue. Wasn't always like that. Usually, actually in the original Eternal version and a very different opening. You check that place again. What place? Oh, you the place out in the... Yeah, I'll check that again. Let me just talk to Fina. Because I went there earlier and I didn't get the event, so... But I'll run back after I talk to Fina here. Diva's been teaching me many things since my role here in Zepik. Mixing herbs, fortune-telling, culture and history of Hysteria too. Every day makes you feel complete. All my fears and reservations through my long imprisonment have vanished into thin air. Well, almost all. The truth still petrifies me. Whenever I get particularly scared, though, I just think about when you took my hand and led me to safety. Ah. You taught me courage, Adel. Thanks to you, I've been able to look ahead without ever feeling I must also look back. Okay, same dialogue. And nothing new to read, so... I'll run back to that area west. See if that event has... decided to show up. Adol's kind of a monster, just one-shotting all this shit now. Okay, out here I think, right? Not hearing, I remember you said there was a sound effect. This way it came. Not hearing it. I wonder if I missed it. Maybe I just came here at the wrong time. Or maybe I have to talk to someone to get it to Get it to Brock. The right area? Yeah, I remember that guy, okay. Must be a bit later, yeah, maybe let's come back later. Okay. I hit the mines. I think I got everything in the mines. I think I got everything in the shrine too. No, the Thieves' Den does still have that door. I remember that. But I couldn't open. Let me see if to open now. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, it's up, that's right. Up and across the bridge. Oh, they want to talk now. Morgan the Thief. If you're lost, NPCs can help you. Yeah, I've noted that. Like, Kiba told me to go talk to the trees, which I already did. I'm assuming they don't say anything new, but I'll check again if I can't progress. He came from outside the storm wall, right? Another own Dogi also came from the mainland. Dogi? Dogi. He's a man of incredible strength and resolve, but he's in the tower somewhere, and nobody knows if he's even still alive anymore. The tower? I don't even get to the tower. That's the Tova family's lost book of Ys. Guess that would make you the swordsman, Sarah kept yammering on about. Oh, you knew Sarah. I heard what happened. Oh, okay, you know she's dead. These people think we're the ones responsible for the murder, but we never do something like that. Sarah was my cousin. I'm sure the one who killed her was the man in the black cape. The same man who stole all of Asteria's silver. If I could just get my hands on him, I swear. I swear I'd make him pay for what he's done. Poor guy. Okay, same dialogue. Mugen. Events of late seem to have really taken a toll on the boss. Totally understandable though, all things considered. We're all really indebted to Sarah. I swear she will be avenged. Okay, can I open this yet? There just seems to be any keyhole. No. Did I equip a key? Oh, there's no keyhole. Why would a key work? What about the crystal? No. A great mystery still. Okay, the thieves. I don't. The man in the black cape either. I don't think there was a path this way. No, okay. There's a man named Dogi running around a tower. I've seen the tower in the background. No way to get to it. But I remember when I started, one of the NPCs mentioned the thieves was put there to block the way, but I get it now. Help me. Jiba. Now she's talking to the trees again. We get through those. We're trying the same thing, using all the keys. Yeah. It's like, there's no keyhole. Well, let me try the keys anyway, man. Not at the mayor. Okay, like Fina. Let me check another SWCs. I'm gonna go over this girl staying in the village. Her name's Fina. I just have to talk to her. Come on. Talking about the mayor? I just talked to him. We just talked about stuff. It's when Ludo was gone. Oh yeah, this I forgot about the sleepwalker. Why? Okay, he's talking about Fina again. Silver Bell keeps monsters away. We get that back. He talked for Golden. One more house I missed here. Silver Bell. Poor kid. Granny had a on the western fields, 2 giant trees. The road is right. So I might need to check the trees again. Which I will right now. If not, I'll hit up Minia and Barbados Port again and talk to everybody there. Okay, 1 tree's down here. Alright, there you are. This looks like the same dialogue. Maybe I missed something in what it said. Name of the Ys. Journey begins now. Simulate beckons both hope and destruction. Not thy way was not thy will. Leave thy heart open to the possibilities. Very vague. Thank you so much, Tree. Okay, that tree is the same thing as before. Maybe I'll talk to the first tree. Because it did direct me to this tree. I'm going the wrong way. This is also dead end? Yeah, okay. Around the pond, cross the bridge, and west. West. Excuse me. Pardon. Sorry. Sorry. Very sorry. There it is. I spoke to your brother, Mr. Tree. You understand? Nah, he's gonna say the same thing. Joyous timbre. Rhea's song, okay. Let me talk to Rhea. Talk to Fina and the old woman. Talk to Gilbin. Talk to Rhea again. And I'm gonna check with the mayor as well. If not, I'll run back to Barbado Port. This way. Austin, already been there. Yeah, let's go talk to Rio one more time. The other side of the northern pass is a huge bowl-shaped crater known as Bagu Bagdad. These are where the thieves are coming from. There's to meet their hideout there. Over there. I don't think there was another path there. Unless I'm just blind. Okay, she's also talking about Bagu Bagdad. I know you're going to play Ys Korean version, so I'm going to tell you the secret over there. It's in a log, but the first time you go there, you can't access it in the log. After doing some actions, you can access a place called Dalgun's Tower. And in there, it'll have a lot of strong foes, but at the same time, you see the most broken sword in the entire game. A reward, then. A reward for overcoming a challenge. That's the way it should be. I have the tall one. I wonder if this guy comments on that. What is a sword? I've never seen a blade that shines like this before. It's not that it's just made of silver either. There's something else to it, a great power. In all the years I've been running this shop, I've never seen such a spectacular sword. Yeah. We have your Talwar. Oops. You should take good care of that blade, Adol. It would be a great asset to you, I suspect. Come again. What deal? Dios? Dios. Dios. Really splendid equipment. It's made of hammered silver. It remains strong as can be. The blessing is carved amongst the other decorations. The workmanship on this piece is astounding. I don't think I have all of his stuff. But I have a lot of gold. So just for completion's sake, I'm gonna buy his 2 shields and his armor. Oops. Large shield. Here we go. Nice, now I've got all this stuff. Not that I need it, but... Just flexing, just flexing. Don't buy it! Oh, shit, I didn't see that in time. Damn. Oops. Whoopsies. Can I actually go into her house? Oh, here we go. Thing in here. Okay. You already buy it because you can see it for free later. That's true. You did tell me that. I have a lot of money, though. I have a lot of money. emissary showed up. All the children prohibited from leaving the city. You might need to flex buying all his inventory, all his stock. I'll take your entire stock. Should save soon. It doesn't seem like these guys really have to say. I don't remember where the mayor lives. We talk to these guys. Chest. Oh, I remember chest. Julius. Is this the mayor? Oldman Harrison. Maybe I need to return to the mine. Maybe I missed something. Seems odd that that second area would loop around into itself without a stairway going down. So I'm gonna run back to Barbados Ports and see if anybody there has any clues. If not, return to the mine. Also seems strange that there was no boss in that mine either. Which means, clearly, now that I think of that, I may have missed something important. We can leave with the thieves. Oh. Him as a dick, man. What the hell? What is wrong with him? She didn't see her own death coming, so she's a con artist. Yeah, okay, buddy. Hard to navigate a haphazard tunnel structure. Are you telling me? Oh, that's right. She's the other mayor's daughter. Forgot about that. Okay, let me run back to Barbados Port really. Ah, shit! I don't have a wing. I better grab a wing. All right, Pim. Luckily, I am rich from my numerous plunders. I'll talk to Pluto and all that. Laugh just in case. Just see if they have any clues. If not, go back to the mine. The mine. I can give you an achievement for free. Maybe if you try to go for 100%, you will find it eventually. Oh, is it an easy achievement? If it's easy, I'll go out of my way to do it. Pickers and talk to Pluto and oh, are you sure about this? If they're available, the militia will gladly escort you back to Zipic Village. You don't need to worry, I can make it back on my own. Oh, it's Luda, the sleepwalker. First and foremost, I need to go and comfort my wife. Alright then, I won't argue. I just wish I could be of more assistance. I'm afraid I simply have no treatment for chronic sleepwalking. Think nothing of it. I appreciate everything you've done, Dr. Bluto. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Oh my, pardon me. Just shoves me on the way, and he's gone. That fellow just now, that was Luda from Zebek Village. He comes around often-ish, mostly at random. "95% of people don't ever see this event." Oh. Oh, good thing I like to explore. He's a chronic sleepwalker. One of the militia members found him staggering about on the plains nearby. He's such a young fellow, yet he's already taken a wife. It's hard to believe. With him disappearing all the time, though, she must be a nervous wreck. I hope he makes it back home safe and sound. Things as they are, sleepwalking is a very dangerous affliction. Though he seems healthy enough, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Take care of yourself. I will. Okay, the other one with artist Slaff. Slaff. I just feel a soul and mysteries. I'm like, nah, he's got nothing. Okay. I don't remember. Was there a mayor here? Torrance. He's talking about Rostin. He's talking about Minia. Granny Daria. Marco. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much going on here. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. We continue. What was that? Wait. Oh. Is that an arrow on my screen? Must be nothing. Okay. I could have swore I saw an arrow on my screen when I went to leave that. That's strange. Oh, it's the mouse. Oh, shit. Okay. Didn't know you could, yeah, no, I didn't know you could. Well, I mean, I knew it was mouse and keyboard. I didn't realize that's what it looked like. Oh, this is kind of... Yeah, because I'm playing at a controller, right? So... Very interesting way of controlling. I don't... If I could get used to this... Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll stick the controller. You can access menus below. Oh. Ah. That is convenient. Ah, I see. Very cool. This one, there we go. Oops. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wonder if that sleepwalker got back to Zepik. Let me go check on him. What did Pluto say? You found him? Someone found him in the plains? I'm in the plains. Wait, it's north of here. Sheila's down here, right? Luke was in Barbado. He was. Oh, dear Lord. Thank you for sparing my idiot husband. So where is he now? Oh, no. You don't know. Sorry, Lee. He's lost again. Can I find him? Hero is needed. Must find a sleepwalker. Maybe. Most people don't actually play using mice. Cool option. One of the few people to play the entire game using a mice. Oh. Yeah, I don't... It's definitely different, right? You gotta hold left click to move around. I can see... I could get used to it. But obviously we're playing with a controller, so... If I... if I didn't know... Right, if I didn't start with the controller... I think I could adapt to it. The sound effect. Oh no! Oh, I saved him! I don't know who you were. You really did save my life. I believe I saw you at the Barbado Clinic, did I not? Please pardon my awful manners. My name is Luda. Luda Gemma. From Zepik village. Adol gave his name. It explained that Luda's wife was quite concerned about him. Yeah, she yelled at me. I see, so I made her worry again. Damn my sound sleeping. Why does nothing wake me when I sleepwalk? Hey, he's getting the shit kicked out of him by a goblin, or one of those blue things. I've had this problem for 6 months, ever since the storm wall appeared. Oh, really? And look at that, once again I wound up in the middle of nowhere trying to get back home. Which way is the big village? Would you be able to escort me there, perchance? I will agree to escort Luda Gemma back to Zepik village. Didn't even give me an option. Yeah, I'm getting you back to your wife. Oh, I got an achievement too. Wacky minstrel rescue Luda. Monsters in the wild. My dearest Luda. I'm so sorry for causing such a fuss. I thought for sure the monsters had eaten your face off, and they were about to. I was so very worried. Your imagination runs wild, my dear. Almost scarily so. I'm alright. This is Adol. You rescued me from the brink of certain demise. Did he now? Thank you, lad. How can I ever repay you for what you've done? Adol, if you please excuse us, we have some business to attend to. Business. In quotes. Quotes, unquotes. I'm in your debt, my friend. 1,000 thanks for saving my life. I want to see the business. What is he talking about? I've worried my wife greatly, and I'm deeply ashamed. I do wonder, though, if there's some deeper reason behind my bouts of sleepwalking. In my dreams, I always hear a strange voice calling to me. It's the voice of a young girl, though I can never ascertain where she is. Yet always, I feel obligated to respond and seek her out. So I wander, both in my dream and in reality. Voice of a girl, interesting. You don't have much to offer. You may think of this house as your own home. What's his wife say? I swear, what is Luda thinking? How can he say not to worry when he knows he'll sleepwalk again? I may need to tie him to the bed tonight. Leave him out of the way this time. Oh. Maybe a little TMI there. Okay, so that is the sleepwalker. I'm gonna head to the mines. Just want to triple check. Jiva's got nothing. Yeah, she's stuck by the trees. Okay. We'll check the mine again. Now that I think about it, one of the NPCs did talk about bats coming on the mines. I don't recall seeing any bats in the mine. I don't know if that's important. It's the little details. I don't know, I just pick up on these things, especially in RPGs. Betters like to sprinkle little things in there, in their dialogue. Mine. Okay, let's try and go straight for lower floors. I've got my potion, got my wing, got my mirror. I haven't really used the mirror, but it's fine. I should save. Nice, so you need to go back to Barbados Port and then go to the plains. I wouldn't remember that. Yeah, it seemed like you gotta go back to Barbados, go to the doctor, or rather he leaves the doctor, then he gets lost. I'm gonna save, because I know I fuck something up and die. That's the potion. And there is an exit lower. This corner somewhere. I thought there was. Oh. Saw that little glimmer. It's over here. That little 3 HP back. I'm gonna save again. I forgot about saving. Yeah, I was swept up in dialogues. Okay, this is the stairs down. I must be missing something in here. I'm gonna take it a little slowly. Patience. This is the chest room. Yep, chest room. Nothing here. Stick to the corners again. Heal that. That was sloppy. Okay, this leads to the other side. If you figure out by yourself, probably you can. I'm gonna try. Definitely gonna try. I got the patience. Trying to figure out this place is secret. Yeah, I just remembered I have this mask. I will comb this mine. I will comb it. I'm stubborn. Just trying to make a mental note where we've already come by. People. Level up. Just a free heal. This is the way I came? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's a little difficult. I can only see so much at once. Is this down? Oh, there it is. B2. Okay, B2. Nice. Oh, shit. Chilled skin. What is that? Launches Phoenix in the abandoned mine. Why a bird would dwell underground and why its flames shed no light whatsoever are both questions without answers. Chalaskin. What is Chalskin? Chalaskin. Okay, so this is the next floor. I did miss it. I'm just blind. Still gonna comb everything. This seems a little bigger. The other floors might just be weird positioning. Oh, night. Oh, many nights. Okay. I'm not gonna fuck with him yet. I'm gonna... What is that? Lemendu. Oh, Lemendi. A half-bug, half-man that dwells in the abandoned mine. Its exoskeleton grants its excellent defense and speed alike. Attacks with chaotic sword swipes. Knew you could do it. Ah, thanks for the vote of confidence. Another night. Let's do battle. Oh, you got destroyed. Raise all. Creature with such heavy armor that only the mighty can hope to damage it. It dwells in the lowest caves of the abandoned mines. Cannot be easily overcome. Well, he gets destroyed like the rest. Heal potion. Okay, I don't need that because I'm gonna regen. And save. There we go. Keep my shield rig on. I might have to go back and fight that knight blocking the other chamber. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Sucks because that hallway is really narrow, so I have no choice but to hit him head on. But that's fine. I'll just deal. Okay. There we go. Chest. Darm key. Oh, Darm is a tower, right? Key of shining blue crystal, bringing a familiar looking crest. Yeah, that crest with the 7 eyes. The heal ring restores health so much quicker in comparison to PC 8081. I would hope so. They want the ring to be the main heal mechanic when you're in a dungeon. Potions be an emergency. I should hope that Heals me relatively quickly. So this Falcom, once again, consistent, if nothing else, with their designs. The seven orbs in a circle looking crest shows up in trails as well. Which just neat little little reference I suppose Trails would make to Ys. I think Trails is younger. Ys is the older series, I think. Definitely. Yeah, they were definitely the older series. Because you were talking about 89 when it came out. Or PC 88. Okay, continue this way. I don't think I missed anything this way. I think it was pretty... Oh, maybe. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Okay, got him. Yeah, just enemies, okay. Like their little references, their little nods. Okay, yeah, I think I already saw everything else. So. Continue on my original path. Dragon Slayer's even older? Yeah, yeah. Reach in a bit. Reach in and save again. Yeah, Falcom, not the biggest company ever, you know. These guys are old school. They go way back. They've been around for a very long time. Which is good. It's good they can continue all these series for so long, for decades, literal decades. Oh, we are going deep. Oh. And there's that symbol. Okay. Oh, I see you. We're going to regen. Regen and save. Because this door. Among other things. Another dungeons meant a boss. The Darm key. Okay. Oh, yeah. What's this? Uh-oh. Oh, I hit the trap. Oh, that's a big bat. I found the bat that guy was talking about. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, those hurt. I can't kill those. Oh. Okay, 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 okay. No, 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 no. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, I missed him. Oh, I think I might. I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Oh no 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 no. Yes. Yes. No. No. That almost killed me. I walked into the bats. Oh no. Oh no. These bats. I get too far away because I gotta hit him still. That almost killed me. Hit him dead on. Oh no, no, I'm dead. Eaten by bats. Oh man. That sucks. Complete soundtrack? I missed that message, but yeah, we'll switch. Where's options? I think I've heard the mine music for complete. Okay, same tune. Definitely feels more spooky. I think it's the meaty sounds. Definitely sounds more spooky. Arm key. Yeah, can't skip them. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna click that. Good old try. Oh, I like that sound. Actually, I think the complete sound for this boss especially, sounds better than the Chronicles version. I am hurting him for decent amounts. I forgot to move my avatar. Excuse me. If I die, and I probably will, I'll move out of your way. You can see his health bar. Not hurting him that much though. Oh, these bats are insane. I'm having a rough time hitting him offset from his center. I'm taking a hit every time I touch him. Oh, I might have fucked myself. Oh, that hurts. Oh my god. I think he's gonna he's gonna transform. And then I run into bats. Okay. This is equipped. Okay, so watch out for those bats. You can't use items or rings in bosses. Oops, and a spoiler. Well, you know what you spoiled? Another death, because I definitely would have crutched on the potion. I fucking died for it. Later on, I was like, why can't I drink? Why can't I drink my potion? Okay. So none of that equipment matters, but things health is equipped, rings don't matter, so all I have to do is get some skill. By dying repeatedly. These damn bats. Okay. Patience, patience, patience. Patience. Gotcha. Okay. Hit him without actually taking damage. And I forgot to move my avatar again. I'm sorry. May not be able to see his HP. Tell you now though, it is in his favor. Here we go. Gotcha. Quarters, quarters, quarters. Oh no. Oh. Quarters. Oh, I hit the bats. Fuck. Oh, they spread really wide for that. Okay. Oh no. Okay. That's okay, that's okay. We're good. We're good. Oh, they got really fast there. What the hell? Got him. Okay. It's neck and neck. Neck and neck. Oh, they are very fast. Okay. Very spread. Okay, come on. Down here. Oh. Okay, hit him again. Ow, ow, ow. Come on. Come on. Come on, Batman. Oh, I walked right through him. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. This is gonna suck. Ow. Come on, transform. There it is. Got him. He's a little under halfway. Just a little bit. Oh. Bob and weave. Right between his bats. Come on. I'm gonna fuck this up. Yeah. Walk through him again. Oh no, this sucks. Oh. Ouch. I walked right into him. Took a hit too. Oh, this sucks. Oh, I think his bats are gonna kill me. Yeah, there it is. Damn. Boss is no joke, even on PC 88. Yeah, I can imagine. Played this game a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. PC 88 is even worse. I can imagine. The farther back you go when it comes to games, the more unforgiving they are. Now, I'm gonna move myself out of the way here. You can see his. Have an easier time seeing his HP. So I'm just gonna get down here. You can just see my head right here. There we go. All right, once more. Getting better, getting better. He's definitely the hardest so far. I say so far because I remember you talking about the final boss, which got me hyped. I like when final bosses in a game are the hardest bosses. Come on, Batman. Man-Bat. Okay. Oh, I barely threaded that. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, this is gonna suck. I got it. Okay. I'm not gonna hit that though. Down the corner, down the corner. Ouch. Damn, okay. Come on, transform. I want to hit you. There we go. Oh, he went really fast there. Okay. Who's getting tilted? Not me. He is, though. Yeah. Keep the bats moving. Gotcha. Halfway. Hit. Oh, ouch. Okay. It's okay. Patience. Snake. Snaking these bats. Oh, man, I fucked up. Gotcha. Okay, he's almost there. Quarter HP left. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This one's in the bag. Oh, maybe not. Oh, those hurt. Okay, I hit him. Pushed him. Okay, down, up. Round. On these bats. Come on, transform. Oh, I missed him. Damn. Okay. That's okay. Okay. Ouch. Okay, another hit should do it. Maybe two. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh. Yeah. Oh, he turned to bones. Bones and dust. Nice. This version, you at least go back a bit each time you hit. PC8, you literally pass the boss who is nothing. Oh, that would suck. I can imagine you taking a lot of hits if you just walk through them instead of getting bumped back. A Book of Ys has been obtained. Very good. You can bring that back to Jiba. What the hell am I looking at? It seems as if some kind of statue had been placed here one time. Some kind of statue had been placed here, okay. Metal beat on the door, but it's on like solid rock on the other side. But what about this? Nope, nothing. No secrets in here. Okay, cool. Statue. It's not anything I'm holding, right? I don't think it's anything I'm holding. So that means I should go back to Jiba. Get her to translate this. It's a long walk back, so it's time to save first. And then wing. That boss is really crazy compared to the other ones. The wizard Janakri. Oh, I need to. What is this boss's name? Let's see. Oh, that's the NPCs. Fagulian. Creature from the mines who annihilated the village of Rostin in a single night. Divides itself into innumerable bats, swarming its prey without mercy, only vulnerable when it reforms. Wizard wasn't too bad. This guy, the Night Killer, he was pretty simple. Looking back. He did kill me once. Fagulian's very difficult. Going in blind, I mean, it's pretty difficult, but take some patience. Patience to get his bats all in one area. And then being quick on the draw when it comes to him transforming back. Okay. Winging the PC-88 costs 2,000 gold. Holy damn, 2,000 gold. The complete version they reduced to 200. Yeah. Speaking of, I did not buy another wing. That sucks. Well, I'll go back after. 2,000 gold. Yeah, that's incredible. That's a lot of gold to teleport back. Oh, sorry, I wanted to translate. Volume Dabby. So it was an abandoned mine, was it? How peculiar. The Book of Dabby. I speak now of the disaster of Ys. He rose suddenly and attacked our cities. He called forth molten stone from the bowels of the world to burn our fields, and trap us in a sea of fire. It was terrible and absolute. One by one, our proud nations were blown out like candles, and darkness and chaos stole over our world. Surely, the Claria was the cause. Was it not the harbinger of darkness? Thus we sealed it within the darkness, in the ground, so that hope may shine anew. Forget it not, and never lay hands upon it again. The Claria was created in Ys. Displayed in the Temple of Solomon as a monument to prosperity. Excuse me, I read over this really fast. Claria, Temple of Solomon. It's a shrine. All right. The prosperity. You sealed it within the darkness in the ground. May hope may shine anew, for it not never lay hands upon it again. Interesting. Oh shit, I just skipped a bunch of dialogue that I should not have. If I go to give my son Goban, he should be able to show you the way in. We're an accomplished swordsman. Damn, wish I saw that. I saw Devil Tower? I think I skipped over her dialogue. I Thinking she was going to say the same thing. Fuck. That sucks. You were the hero that Sarah foresaw, legendary brave soul. I commend you for coming so far. I'm certain you'll be alright, even in the Devil's Tower. We're talking about Dharm. I think that's what they call that tower in the background. Dharm is an old word for devil, you see. You must remain focused within the tower. Pay attention to all of your senses and do not drop your guard. Follow your instincts as well. If something looks like a trap, it probably is. Well said. Okay, but she did say go speak to Goban. Okay. I don't really know if any of this means anything to you. I won't ask you not to go, but just promise me one thing. Come back safely. Aw, Vita. Talking to my heartstrings here. Let me see you again. Oh man. Talking to him even more. In the completed version, before reading the book, say a little animation of them opening up. Oh. Good advice, yeah. Yeah, looks like they just opted for the Arden dialogue, so Goban is next. I am going to, just in case, go get another wing. Always good to be prepared. The tower. The Devil's Tower. Okay. Pim. Give me your wing. Just you'll send a cap on the bit. I'm sure. I'm very sure. I want to talk to Ria one more time. I wonder if she has anything new to say. She's always staring at this tower. Nah, she didn't say anything new. Okay. Just checking. Just checking. So now, I need to return to Zedek, or Zepik. Go and talk to Godan. The thieves' leader. He's supposed to show me a way to the Devil's Tower, is what Jiba said. Up and east. Check on Luda? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm back. Good idea. He's also got art. Makes him important. I think this is his house. Yeah, it is. Luda. That's you at all. Much to offer. It doesn't look like he has new dialogue. His wife. Need to reset. Nah, he's got the same thing. Okay. So you got another event. Maybe I have to do more of the story first. Just checking. Okay, yeah. Hey, the thieves' den. Go on. My mother told me everything. In order to find the remaining books of Ys, you have to enter the tower. Since the day the storm wall first showed up, the tower has been teeming with demonic sentries. 6 months, give or take. Our band of thieves tried to get things under control in there, but suffered heavy casualties. They were too strong, too many. We had no choice but to fall back. My right-hand man, Dogi, has also gone missing. He's in there, but I can't even say if he's still alive. The Arm Tower is an unbelievably dangerous place, if you haven't gotten that already. It's most definitely not for the faint of heart. If you truly master the silver equipment, the sword especially, then you might just stand a chance. Very well, I'll open the gate for you. Oh, nice. I gotta follow manual. Okay, before I do, I'll be right back. Just a second. I'm gonna get more water. Okay. Water. You do just character. Good idea. Go back to my corner. Here. Another way of things. Okay, let me save. And we will follow Goban. This door is one way only. Once you're inside, you won't be able to get back out. Oh. Will my wings still work? It's also completely soundproof. If you scream for dear life, it ain't gonna wake us from our naps. Good to know. I'd say at most, you should be limited to 1 day in there. Make sure you're back here tomorrow morning, with or without the books of Ys. I'll reopen the door to let you out when the sun rises. Alright, get going. Might have to get yourself killed in there. Hold it. Just so you know, that winger oh, he's gonna tell me. Well, the Arm Tower is engaged in a powerful magical barrier. You try to use the wing, you'll just get sucked into the tower walls. You'll be killed instantly. My god. That sounds awful. I'm gonna try it. I better hold on to it. Oh, he's gonna take it. I better hold on to it for you. So there aren't any unfortunate accidents. Damn. Alright. I have a save file outside. I'm gonna have a save file inside. Arm Tower, first floor. Alright. What's that? What's that yellow thing? Rifligan. Armor monster dwelling around the floor. One of the Tower of Dharm wields 2 swords, wears inferior armor, making it vulnerable to the weakest attacks. Okay. Oh, trash. That is stairs going up. Going up now, right? It's checking. I don't want to go up yet. I want to see the rest of this floor. Oh. That goes outside, okay. So we got 2 pathways. What is this? Nothing, just a mural, okay. Or is it? Yeah, it's okay. Just checking. Another exit. Okay. I'm gonna peek in here. This is the outside. Okay. Oh, okay. It goes in a circle. Go around the outside. Very cool. Very cool. I always like this kind of design they had to use before 3D graphics. Oh, maybe not. This is a different area. It's a different area. He said if there's something that looks like a trap, it probably is, so time to save scum. Heal potion, okay. Mirror, okay. Evil ring has been obtained. But what's an evil ring? That taints and slowly kills its wearer? Like it just drains my HP. Oh no! Oh! Slowly kills its wearer? Slowly? Slowly. Slowly kills its wearer. What the? What the hell? What was slowly about that? Slowly my ass. What the fuck, game? Slowly. I thought, you know, opposite of the regen ring, it's gonna tick down my HP. Nah, it just fucking kills you. Alright. Alright, game. Play like that, and play like that. I still have the ring. I'm just not gonna put it on. Knowing what it does. I think I saved. Yeah, dead end? No, okay. That's the wrong way. Other way. Okay, this looks different. This looks way different. Okay, yeah, I think I found where I gotta go. What is that? Oh, red knights. Oh, they respawn too. Okay, there's a gauntlet. Out of my way. There we go. What are those things? Justona. Armored monster dwelling on floor 3. Tower of Darm, characterized by its armor and speed, but presents little issue of taking it one by one. Good to know. I'm gonna heal a little HP. Oh! Okay. Oh! What? Wait. Okay, I don't think I can accidentally put on the ring with the quick swap. I'm sitting here like, oh shit, I'm gonna put on the ring on accident. No, I don't think it does that. I think it just skips over it. Yeah, it does. Okay. Fuck. Okay, so let's get bush. That's where I came from. Let's go on the outside this way. Facing the inner. Bug you. It's different now, so turn off that. I'll say 4th floor. empty chest. They said their thief named Doki was in here. I wonder if he's been the one been opening chests. Okay, this is inner side again. Let's go to the outer side. Fifth floor. Just in case. It's outside again. It's not about that wall just in case, yeah. Oh, there's a wall between these two exits. Okay, let's try this way first. Oh, I think it just looped around to this side. Okay, what the hell? Oh. When Adol came to, he found himself locked in a prison cell. He checked his belongings, found that some were missing. Shit. What'd I lose? All my silver shit's gone. No. Okay, next best thing. You just got my rings. Did you remember to not buy the equipment in the store? Well, those chests have the rest of the equipments. Ah, okay. I see. So I would have had the towel or the large shield and reflect shield. Okay. Uta. Fancy meeting you in a place like this, eh, Adol? I'm ashamed to confirm that yes, I sleepwalked here somehow. When I woke up, I found myself surrounded by monsters and scrambled to get away from them. But it was no use. They caught me. Only instead of killing me, they throw me in here. That sucks, man. How do we get out? Wait, so you came in here by choice? No, Luda, I did not. Prick. I'm flabbergasted. Why in the world would you do that? Oh man, this guy's asking for it. You certainly don't look out of your mind. Actually, you look sure of yourself, completely. Admittedly, it takes a brave man to walk through the tower door of his own accord. I salute you, sir. Oh yeah, I ran into someone else in here too. Rather, I saw him briefly as I fled for dear life. I was in a passage with a row of statues, saw an old man holding something, but then he disappeared. Row of statues. What else? What else? Yeah, same place. Okay. There's no one at all in the corridor. Yeah, but what if I use this? Oh! Whoa, this guy! Fucking Kool-Aid Man has come. Dogi! Howdy, stranger. Don't worry. Come in peace. Dogi's the name, and Wall Crushing's my game. Pleased to meet you. Save the chit-chat for later, though. We gotta get the hell out of here. I'm with you, Dogi. Watch your step, man. Traps all over the place. One false move and you'll wind up right back in here. 3 stories up, there's a hallway with a line of statues, okay? Remember that? An old man named Rabba is hiding there. He's been here a long time and knows this tower like the back of his hand. You should talk to him. Alright, come on everyone. Time to go. Let's make like dust and blow in the wind. Very good. You go first. I'm not a swordsman like you. I'll be sticking in the shadows and sneaking my way out. Good idea. Okay. We'll talk later. For now, just try to stay alive. You never know where the monsters are lurking. Alright. Oh, hey, I hate to ask, but if you do go see Rabba, would you please take this idol to him? He must have dropped it at some point, and without it, he's totally exposed to the monsters. Idol has been given. This idol, let's see. Ooh. Statue of an ancient dragon. Grants its bearer peace of mind. And if I examine it. Whoa. Sculpted creature's crimson eyes glitter with an eerie light. What am I? I'm like a ghost. I can't talk to them. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna save is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna... Oh, this is the prison I was in earlier. Okay. Oh shit, okay, I'm at the beginning. I think I went this way. Let's regen a little bit. Okay, outer door. I think I got more water. Feeling a little, it's getting a little parched. Okay, past those. inner door. Inner door. Lots of them. Okay. I think I went left here. I want to see what's right. Unless it's just the same door. It looks like it's just the same door. I'm curious. I didn't go this way last time. That's the wall. Oh, what is that? Document. Top tier guardian dwelling only on floor 6 of the Tower of Dharm. Its attack power is tremendous. When in a pinch, it can be bypassed entirely. Running may be advisable. Nah, I ain't about that. Usually. Oh, maybe we are. Another empty chests. Is that equipment you were talking about? Let's go down here. Empty. It doesn't look like there's anything in this room specifically. Unless I did not buy that equipment earlier, then I would have gone equipment there. I'll go back this way. Oh, shit. I forgot. Oh, no. It seems he wasn't paying attention. Yeah. As expected, his silver equipment was missing, just as it was last time. How embarrassing for him. Man, this game does not pull any punches. Fucking mocking me and shit. Yogi. Okay. What would you ever do without me? No need for thanks. Just don't fall for that trap again, okay? Thanks, Doki. There's one more prison cell you can burst into. Save my ass. This again. That's right, that statue turned me into like a ghost or some shit. I want to... Does it actually do anything? Let's see. Find an enemy. Oh, I don't think I can hurt him. Maybe I can. Do anything to those enemies. Okay, good to know. Gonna regen a bit. Alright. First... Next stairs. Excuse me. Left. To the outer door. In. door that goes to the other room, so left first. Okay, paying attention this time. Now, obviously that idol is important, and this is where I fall into the trap, so I'm going to save. So I haven't saved in a while. Let's see. If this ghost form. Nope. I tried. Another cell. Doggy! Help, Doggy! Help! Yes! I got an achievement for that. It's your noggin, man. I love breaking walls, but I'm only one man, so stay out of trouble. I'm sorry, Doggy. Broken into every cell. Okay, I must be missing something. So, be a little more careful. Oh, there's a... Oh, that's where I came from. Okay, never mind. I'm going to recheck. This way. Outer door. Excuse me, excuse me. Okay, I think this is the treasure room, but just in case... Yeah, it's the treasure room. To the inner door to the middle exit. And then it's outer door. I don't think there's any other. It's the outer door. It slips back around to where I came from. Yeah, that's okay. They gave me the tip and dial. I guess he didn't pay attention. I guess I did not. Guess I, guess I'm a little hyped for this dungeon. I like this dungeon. I like this tower. Okay, so... outer... inner... Make sure there's no more doors. You gave me the idol. I tried it. Statues didn't work. Just double checking. Sure I didn't miss any exits. Okay. Next room. Just on the wall. Outer. And inner's where I came from. Okay. Outer. Just to be sure. Okay. I think this leads to another equipment room. Just gonna check. Just double checking. Oh. Sorry. Excuse me. Pass by, pass by. Pretty sure this is the... You said to give it to Rabba, but where is Rabba? The idol to Rabba. That's the only thing I could think of. I don't think I found a Rabba. I must not be looking close enough. Regen. Good to know. Use origins, so you don't leave the tower for the whole game. Oh, really? It's just one big ass dungeon? Oh, I actually got a hype then to play origins. Your action. Okay, so left here. Okay, this is the floor. Your goal in Origins, get to the top of the tower. Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna try this one more time. Nope. Oh man, okay. Let me okay, so the statue doesn't get me past that. And it does not work, the statue doesn't get me past it either. So I am missing a Rabba. Give the idol to Rabba. Where the hell is Rabba and where is he? I'm pretty sure he said 6th floor. Unless I'm missing something. Another item maybe? Mirror maybe? I've never used this. Oh, that was I like that. I wish I used it more. Nope, that didn't work. Not the idol. Try the idol. It's bare peace of mind. Maybe I gotta wear the idol for something else. I'm just gonna put it on. And run through the other rooms. You're searching for a Rabba. What the hell? They're talking? Oh, what happened to my statue? Evil eyes. Oh, they disable it. What the hell? There's a lot of... Oh, damn. Okay. Well, if they're disabling it, then that must mean they're hiding something, right? That's what the RPG player in me would say. I don't think the other red knights didn't disable this. Origins is also an old game released in 98 or 99. The graphics of that game is very impressive for the time. I've seen some brief gameplay of Origins. It looks really cool. What I'll probably do is I was gonna play the series in release order, but well actually I guess it would still work out because I'm probably gonna play Origin right after maybe Ys 2. Nothing here anyway. No secret doors either. Origin's a special game because you can run using a special sound card. You'd approve the sounds of it. If you don't have a sound card, then well, you hear this default sound like most people. Both Origins and Oath and Falcon have this feature. Oh, interesting. secret sounds. Specifically for the game. Let's see something here. I think there was another floor 6. Maybe not. Or did he say floor 5? I don't know if you heard, it's called EAX. Only certain games had that. Nah, I've never heard of EAX before. Not on sound cards anyway. I don't know all that much about sound cards though, to begin with, so. So why do these statues send me back? Aha! Aha! There he is. And I got an achievement. Oh, completely fill the character notebook. Ah, there we go. That's my idol. I see. So Dogi asked you to bring it to me. Much obliged. My name is Rabba. Seeker of ancient knowledge. A scholar by trade, if you will. I came here 6 months ago to study the ancient ruins of Hysteria. While I was investigating this tower, monsters suddenly came in from every which way. I've been hiding out in here, hoping they wouldn't find me. This idol has been my saving grace. It may not look like much, but it's full of power. When held close to the body, it make you completely vanish from sight. It's the reason I've been able to survive for so long without the monsters finding me. Well, young man, what brings you to this dreadful place? Your equipment suggests you came here knowing of its dangers, so I assume you have a reason. It'll explain that you entered Darm Tower in search of the books of Ys. I see. That was going to my first guess, actually. The name Ys appears quite frequently in ancient texts, even on the mainland. They say it's a land adept in the powers of magic, with an abundant supply of a silver-like metal. But as time went on, the name simply vanished from history. No one mentioned it anymore. Nowadays, no one even knows where on the map to find it. It's a name we scholars always figured belonged to some long-lost utopian land of legend. But I always knew Ys was somewhere in Hysteria. A hunch anyway, and it would seem I was correct. If I've got it figured right, then something akin to the storm wall appeared on the day Ys was lost. Storms encircled the island, and when they were gone, so was Ys. All that remained was this here tower. Hysteria's minstrels tell of swarms of monsters killing off half the land's people in a single night. Nobody could get away either, on account of the storms. Meanwhile, the monsters built Darm Tower. Right after the tower was completed, the monsters all just disappeared. The crisis had passed. Several hundred years passed, and in that time, the whole mess was forgotten. Mostly anyway. But the danger was still there. It was dormant, but it was there. You sense it too, don't you? As we speak, someone in this tower is setting something evil in motion. There are traps everywhere around here. Without a doubt, someone or something is puppeteering it all. To what end, though? I have no idea. We can't just let it happen, can we? Of course, that's why you're here, though. So you intend to keep climbing the tower, do you? That's right. In that case, I think you should have this. Blue necklace. Been obtained. As long as you're wearing the blue necklace, the tower's many booby traps will be totally ineffective. Ah, there we go. Progression. Able to nullify evil traps. Very good. If you search for Ys, there was really a legendary island disappeared. Oh, so it's based on like an actual myth. I'm assuming a French myth. Right, you said Ys was a French word? French name? French word? French term? That makes this even cooler. I really like the medieval kind of mythology. Stuff like it's British, but you know, Arthurian legend. Babylon and all that. This would be the French version. Yes. Thought so. Okay. Okay, make sure this pendant is on. There we go. Excuse me. For a split second, I was like, I don't got the necklace. I got it on. It scared me. Oh, man. Now, I'm gonna save. I haven't saved in a bit. Honestly, you're doing very well in the game. Avoid everything for yourself and all. Yeah, like I said, I do try to go out of my way to find cool shit when I can. Obviously, I haven't done everything myself. I've had you give me little hints here and there, and you're telling me some trivia about the game, which is also really cool. Yeah, I like exploring, trying to find everything, and I will comb everything if I think there's something to be found. Okay, there's a door. Wait. So yeah, it's me, Togi, saving your hide yet again. Seems you got a knack for getting in trouble. At least you're doing stuff, I guess. So I gotta ask, what the hell are you doing in this tower to begin with? Adol explained his reasons for infiltrating the tower. Okay, so you came here to get your jollies, and wound up with more than you bargained for. I gotcha. Good to hear Goban's doing well, though at least he and the others are probably real worried about me. Wait, he's one of the thieves. Have you met Raba? He's an old weirdo, but I owe him my life. He was pinned down by a monster and out of options when he suddenly unidled himself and saved my hide. I'm helping him scout out the tower to return the favor. Might as well, you know? I mean, I'm here, and I hate leaving a place without tearing it up first. Good talk, Dogi. Anyway, there's a rod somewhere around here that's designed just like that crystal you've got. Crystal. Oh, Ceres crystal, right? From what I hear, you'll need it to get to the top floor. Heard about it from the boss's mom. When she tells you something, you don't question it. Okay, so there's a rod with a crystal. I need to get to the top. It's like Ceres crystal. I'm gonna keep this amulet on. What is that? Genoid? Genoid? Purple Knights. Entrusted as a guardian of the silver sword and shield. The Genoid is descended from giants and possesses appropriately Herculean strength, found around the 7th floor. Guardian of the silver sword and shield. Oh, can I get my stuff back? Get out of my way. Out of my way. Went through. There we go. My silver sword. It's one. I'll tell you a thing you didn't understand. Yes, tell me. Love to hear it. Also, I need to regen a bit. I'm gonna regen and save. Got a sip of my water. Seventh floor. This is probably the way forward, so I'm gonna double check. If so, I'm gonna run back to that other door. Ooh. Nothing in here, okay. That's Stoke again. I don't think I scanned his room. I did not, okay. Up this way. Did you try to talk to Rava twice? I think I did. No, I'm not sure. I am not sure. That's a ways back, though. I feel like I did, though. I've been trying to, like, I talked to Dogi twice. I've been trying to talk to everybody twice. Did he say something I missed? You don't think I did? Will he still say it if I go back? Not that far away. Unless he moved, in which case, well, I guess I'm screwed. Down to the statue hallway. Rava is. What's up my way? Okay, it's one of these statues. Oh, these knights are all over the place. Okay. There it is. You're right, I did not talk to him a second time. These landless demons could find you when you're using an idol, but at the same time, why other demons couldn't even see where you were. Okay, so he talks about the, yeah, it was the evil eyes. You'll excuse me. I have a few things I need to ponder. I go on ahead. You go on ahead, alright? Okay, I must have missed it then. Yeah, I think I missed it. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, like these knights they can't see me with it on, but the other ones could. The horned knights with the horns on their head could see me. The game did make a point to point out that the idol had glittering gems on its eyes. I remember that. Ow! Oh no! Oh no! Damn. Motherfucker. Oh, man. You knew I'd fall over to... Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna reach in outside this next hallway. Damn. You don't have the sword anymore. What? What? Stay psych right now. No. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. All right, Falcom. All right. You want to? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. No big deal. Nope. I'm not mad. It's the little things. You know, little details makes it so much better. So much better. So much better. I'm not tilted. I'm not tilted. Oh, man. Okay. Not tilted. Not tilted. Who's tilted? Not me. I don't get tilted. Okay, one of these stairs. With the purple knights. The purple knights protect the sword. Okay. There he is. Give me my sword back. God damn. Celia, really? I was warned. I was told if it looks like a trap, be careful. And you know what? It looked like a trap. I was not careful. I was clumsy. Distracted. Not paying attention. Pay the price for it. Alright. Sword's back. Gonna regen. Saving, saving. Another way outside. Okay. Sure, this pendant is on, just in case. That is a boss door, it looks like. Oh, and it opened. Okay, go back real fast. This is the way. And to the outer door. That's... This one looks like a... Oh no, it does go down. Okay. Let's try this way first. Down, nothing. No secret path, okay. Boom. Gotcha. Statues. No, got my thing on, okay. Fool me once. Silver shield. Nice, okay. What the hell? Oh! Oh shit, okay. Come here. Come here. Okay. Enormous. I knew it was a trap. Definitely knew it was a trap. There's 4 I'm sitting on a chest. Oh yeah, that's normal. I thought they were gonna teleport me back though. I didn't think they'd actually attack me. Very enormous. There it is. Unpleasant creature found on floor 9 at Darm Tower, which is like the statues found elsewhere. But the unprepared may be caught off guard. Surprisingly fierce. Have you caught me by surprise? Better regen? Regen and heal. Oh, what the hell? Get what? Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Respawn fast. I thought I'd have to be farther for them to respawn. Don't you dare come to that door. I see you in that corner. Yeah, okay. Definitely regen slower in here compared to outside on the balconies. Excuse me, I think I'm coming down with something. Definitely gonna save here. Make sure, I think that's the way it came, okay. Purples guard stuff. Oh. Now my brain's a little out of whack. There was no other door outside, right? It was just this one where it came from? Yeah, okay. Okay, just making sure. Wait, they were guarding the shield. Okay, so I have the shield and the sword. All I'm missing is the armor. And heal. Oh, easy enough. Notably, turning to sunset in game. Paul's been here for quite a long time, hasn't he? Save. PC-88 was so freaking slow. The regen, I could even leave the screen and heal it healing because enemies show up and tag me every time. I can imagine that's very annoying. They sure love to respawn their shit, like, immediately after you leave this go off screen. I remember that in the old Ninja Gaiden games were like that. Not the 3D ones, but like the NES ones. Like, you kill a guy, you go back for a breather. As soon as you leave where he spawned, he's back. Throwing shit at you. It's like, damn. High pressure. Key to those games is always just keep moving. Keep moving forward. Don't let them respawn, just run past them. Kill them if you're in your way. If not, just keep going. Okay, another balcony. These guys are the anti-invis. Let's stay on the outside. Oh, okay, so how far does this go? Okay, it just goes, just ends. Damn. Yeah, pretty relentless here. Okay, so we have a balcony northwest. I want to see what's on this floor, though. Nothing. Okay. The room. The stairs in the hall usually means another balcony, so I'm just gonna take care of this trash. Oh, the music changed. The music changed, and there's some pulsating whatever that is, so that means let's turn around and go. Let's go check out that balcony. Audio cues, always important. Let's see what's out here first. I'm gonna save. What the hell? Is that blood on the floor? So game design dictates that the player should I'm no game designer, I'm no video game designer, but I play my fair share of tabletop. New ones with a dungeon master or game master. Game design dictates that I should follow the blood, see where it goes. Because it really wants me to see what's leaving that blood. Huda! Adol, it's me, Luda Gemma. I was hiding out with Raba, but the monsters located us. I managed to get away, but hurt my leg rather badly in the process. Don't worry, it's nowhere near as bad as it looks. I just had to stay off it for a bit. I heard from the old man that a young girl was taken into the annex. Young girl? I don't like the sound of that one bit. Please, Adol. Go and rescue her. Rhea? Or Fina? Please go rescue the girl who was brought to the annex. Okay. Probably Fina, right? Rhea was doing whatever she wanted. Fina was the one locked away. Guy. I have a potion. Guess I can't give it to him. Poor guy. The big boss, yeah. Gotta build up, gotta hype up. The Lord of this tower. Okay, down 2. Oops, excuse me. Excuse me again. Okay, let's definitely regen. HP back to, well, it's not gonna matter if there's a boss because rings don't work, but I'm gonna save. Pulsating. Oh, that's hurting me. Oh, goodness. Okay. Holy hell, that almost killed me. I got this medallion, maybe it'll offset. It is considered a trap. That almost killed me. Almost. Paying attention though. Paying attention now. Let's try this again. Oh my goodness. Oh, it hurts. Okay, I think I passed the door. The medallion didn't do crap, but I think I passed the door. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh no. Okay, no, yes, no, yes, okay. What the hell? See, I'm hitting up, right, to go through the door. So it puts me below the door, so I'm still hitting up. Walking back there into the door. Fuck, man. Okay, I'm okay now. Get some HP back. This tower is relentless. Very relentless. Which is good. That's the way I like it. Jokes and does, I know what they're doing. Yeah, for sure. I think it's specifically ways to fuck me over. Oh, Robba! Oh, it's you. The monsters got me and shut me in here for some reason. Can't believe I let my guard down. They broke my idol too, so no more turning invisible. What do you mean, run? That's a devil's corridor out there. I wonder why it's called that. That eerie humming can kill a man. You're young and strong. I'm a weak old man. I'd never make it. You do look rather pale right now. Why not rest here for a moment? Good idea. Okay, talk to me. The devilish music is caused by the wind, I surmise. It's really rather cleverly designed. It's like a pipe organ. I think the wind's being fed through one of the pillars in the balcony. Oh, interesting. If we could figure out which one, we could bust it with a hammer or something and stop the music. Just making sure. Okay, so we're on the balcony. Okay, so just in case. Oh, I can't even save in here. What the hell? Okay. Alright. There we go. Okay. Oh. There. Wait. Okay. Back to the balcony. They all have holes in them. Do I need this mask on? Oh. Just double checking. Maybe like smash it with a hammer or something. I don't have a hammer, I don't think. Or anything to smash it with. Unless I'm supposed to run deeper into that gas bullshit. Let's see. But now the question is, he said a balcony, but he didn't say which balcony. Let's talk to him again. Okay. Hit that door. Big organ. What are the pillars on the balcony? If you're which one would get busted with a hammer, something stop the music. Wait, what is that ring? I feel like a ringing sound when I talk to him. Oh, I think it was just the HP from my regen ring. It sounds like it builds up. Okay, so I can't save in here. Yeah, okay. But I can save in here. So I'm gonna regen. Regen. Going to save. Going to run into his room, regen the full again, and make a run for it. This is probably going to kill me. But, Death and I are old friends. This is not going to sway me. Okay. Regen. Just in case he's talking about on the balcony. I might have missed something when I checked the balcony. But just making sure. Okay. Nah, I'm dead. Okay, there's no way. Okay. No. Turn around. Okay, back to the balcony. He regens HP since it tells you to rest of it. Oh, okay. Don't necessarily need the ring, but probably makes it fast. And just talking to him. Right, talking to him. Helps regen. Alright. Let's give it a good old try. And Air Force. That's where I started. Let's check the other side. They got any hints? Nope. Okay. Is it another balcony then? This is an item I'm missing. There's crystal doesn't show me anything. Okay, so none of the pillars here are broken. All of the pillars on the next floor were broken. Jeez. I gotta find every pillar on this tower. I hope not. I'll do it though. I want to go that way. I'll do it. I will check every floor. Every door's pillars. Where's Dogi? I don't have any hammers, but Dogi smashes shit. He is a fucking hammer. Man is a sledgehammer. Ah, okay. Reach out a bit. Nope. Okay. Not gonna get a break. Let me reach in some. Every pillar here is fine. Down. Okay. If I came this way before. Double check. Always double check. Other way up, okay. Dogi's waiting for you to figure this out by yourself, yeah. Okay, these are all pristine. I came so next door. Pretty sure this is where he was in, and yeah, you're right. He fucking dipped, man. He's like, hell no. Figure this out, idiot. All right, time to comb everything. I got time. Whoa, that's right. I saw. Oh my god, I came here earlier and I forgot about it. Okay. All right. Page 5. Okay, that is a lot. What is that? Bones? Oh. Okay. I don't have my silver armor, but I'm just double saving. Just make sure. Not my armor, but. Let's do it. Oh, that's a big mantis. Oh, okay. Oh, easy. Okay, his hit spot is his butt. I gotta touch his butt. Okay. Gotta offset his boomerangs. Okay. I'm dying though. Okay. Over here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I got hit by again. Over here. Yeah, there you go. Patterns, it's all patterns. I'm gonna die though. That's my pattern. Oh, I walked into that. Okay. Okay, he doesn't seem that bad. Wait, see if you remembered. I'll be honest, I didn't remember. I just combed back the way I came. Go back. I'm gonna take my spot in the middle here. You can see it's boss HP. Alright. Okay. Once more. Over here. Okay. That's risky. Over here. Oh, didn't do it. Okay, over here. Okay. Oh, I walked into that too. Okay. Okay. Here. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, gotcha. It's not. That's too risky. Over here. Oh, he's moving fast. Okay, he's hauling ass. Over here. Okay. That's risky. Over here, over here. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Okay, I think I've got him. Okay, come on, over here. Okay. Okay, we do one more right side. Yeah. Nice, okay. Left, 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 left. Nice, okay, right. Left, left, left. Yes, okay. Nah, it's risky. Left, 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 left. Yes. Nice. Risky, try to pull him left. Left, 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 left. Nice. Okay, right. Nice. More hit, one more. Boom. Ah. Oh, he is dead. Destroyed. Not too bad, not too bad. What's he called? Pictibos. Terrifying bug that flies in at great speed, hurling deadly sickles. Attacks any who disturb its nest, as evidenced by the remains of its victims strewn about. Yeah, all the bones. Requires agility to defeat. Oh. It's like I met his requirement. Oh. Hold on. Just in case. Gonna save. Book of Ys. Nice. Let's see. Fourth one. Right? Yeah, fourth book. Hammer has been obtained. Oh. Alright. Sorry, Dogi. I've got a pocket Dogi right here. Ordinary iron hammer. Fairly heavy. Could use a breakstone. Don't dare to play the game in nightmare difficulty. Believe me, it doesn't seem too much in that difficulty. It's really a nightmare. You know what? When I was looking at this game, initially I honestly did consider playing in nightmare mode. Just for clout. Just for some stupid shit like clout. Just to say I did. What's probably going to be two streams, maybe 3 streams worth of the game, probably would have been like 8. The amount of deaths I would have suffered so much, yeah, I can imagine. Even on normal, some of these bosses are no joke, man. I mean, it's, you know, recognizing repetition and all that, but still. I'm still taking hits, especially from that bat boss. Those bats took a little bit of HP off me, but I imagine on Nightmare, getting hit by the bats even a few times probably would have been a death sentence. Okay, so I can... Okay, I'm a... Just use the hammer on all of them. Maybe that'll... The bad boss, for example. 2 bars and a half. Oh, it increases HP as well? Shit. Yeah, would have been stuck on that. Stuck on the bad boss for sure. He's definitely the hardest so far. I can't break these. He said one of them. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, is that it? No, I don't remember. It's... think it's this way. Think it's this way. Don't need that equipped anymore. Yeah, that's this way. Okay, nice. Zraba still in here. No, he's gone. Okay. It's fine. I'm gonna regen. Can I save it here? I can. Nice. Okay. Alright. That puzzle's been finished. Inner door. We are. These both go the same hallway. Okay. It's the same hallway. Northwest. Okay. Back out. Maybe the pendant just in case. Yeah, I've learned my lesson. I say I do. Guaranteed you, going back to those lower levels, I'd fall for that trap. Again. Oh, music change, okay. Always important. Ooh, the floor is made of glass, or ice, or something. Raba. Raba's taking a couple of hits. Were you the one who stopped the music? Thanks to you, I was able to get out of that room. Much obliged. Pity I lost my idol, though. I'll have to keep to the shadows, I suppose. Please don't worry about me. You have more urgent matters to attend to. 3 stories up, there's a passage to a smaller suspended tower known as Rado's Annex. Rado? Interesting. It's a creepy place that seems to be used as a prison. The young girl's being held there now. If my research is accurate, the door can only be opened by one with an evil heart. Well, luckily for Raba, I have an evil ring. I hope that's enough. Because that shit kills me instantly. No, that's not you, but maybe with the right item you can find a way. Please rescue that girl. Oof. I was attacked by a monster. Got away, but not without injury. Heard somebody talk too much. I'll talk again. The girl's still gonna be open by one with an evil heart, but you can find a way. You should get going while the coast is clear. If you don't hurry, she could be killed. Oh no. Adjust the character again. Thank you for reminding me. Too swept up in the game. Here we are. Move back over here. There. Fricked. Mirrors. A way out? Yeah, a way out. Okay. Let's check these mirrors first. Or 13. Hmm. No. What if I use the mirrors on the mirrors? I got an achievement. Confuse and astound the townsfolk. Oh. Did it affect Raba? No, it must have. I got an achievement for that. What if I break the mirror? No, can't do that either. Okay. I can't do squat with the mirrors. So go outside. Sun is setting. Sun is getting real low. Yeah. Sure, my shield ring's on. Oh man, okay. Looks like a boss door. Okay. Bring it. What do we got? What the fuck? Oh. Oh man. Okay, okay. Oh damn. Oh. Okay, okay, alright. Okay, I can hurt him. Those rocks suck. Okay, left. I just run through him. Okay, okay. I'm dying. I'm dying real bad. Oh no. Just stay in his pizza slices. Hurts though. Oh. I'm gonna die. I'm definitely dead. Nah, I'm dead. Damn. Nobody understands how this boss works. It's very simple though. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm still missing my silver armor. Okay. I'm gonna try. Definitely hitting him. I just don't get bounced, which is kind of throwing me off. I don't get bounced when I hit him. Trying to stain his pizza slices. I know I should also have my avatar in the middle, but I already started the fight. Okay. Just maybe we just run across. Oh damn, that hurts. Definitely not. Okay. Once more. Let's peek here. Here you can see the HP. My items still work, so. Oh, can I? Nope, that doesn't. That's killing me faster than it kills him. Okay. I was thinking maybe I could just reinforce him, but I'm getting hit a lot. Okay. And these rocks, man. Scared you? Yeah, yeah. Maybe if I just run a circle around him, maybe away from his rocks. Let's try and time it. Try and time it. No, I'm going too fast. Oh, he turns too. Okay. Hitting all his rocks. Oh damn. I'm dead. I'm getting him down. He's having trouble figuring out his gimmick to hitting him safely. Those big rocks hurt me. I'm gonna fucking die. Just gonna throw myself. No. Oh no. Actually, God, I'm really far with that. If you see AA against this boss, you really need to understand how this boss works in order to eat it. Again, the slowdowns in that system is a real issue. Yeah, I can imagine. He's on a bullet hell, but he's He's got a lot of hurt boxes to him. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. He spins 7 times and he switches. Oh, am I gonna brute force him? I think I bullshitted him. The only thing I could think of was count how many times he spins. He shoots in any direction 7 times, then he turns the other way. So I just try to stay at his quote-unquote back where he's not shooting. I almost died for it, so it's probably not the way to kill him. That's how people beat him normally? Okay, yeah. I bullshitted him. I think the not getting bumped back when I touched him is what threw me off a lot. Rod has been obtained. Very good. Dogi mentioned that, I think. Need the rod to get to the top. Sign similar to Ceres Crystal. Is it? Oh, so it does. Got the little branches. It's like upside down though. And another Book of Ys. The game with brute force. I still don't understand where to hit. I got no idea, man. I thought maybe his back. That's why I was trying to count how many times he turned and then just try to stay on his back and just hit him over and over. Oh, it's night out now. But I have the rod. Gotta save. What's up with the... Oh, the rods. Let me use the mirrors. Okay, what the hell was that? And also want to look at the boss. Onslaught. Consklard. The deadly crimson sphere surrounds us with rocks of varying shape, size and shape. Those ones right the room at will. Your only hope of defeating it is to find an opening and take it. But I tried to. You want me to tell you? Yeah, tell me, how are you supposed to kill him? Because I figured I'd just try to stick to his back. He doesn't really have a back, but where he's not shooting. And then try to change direction with him and just keep hitting him over and over. What was that? It just killed something too. That also tells you what it is. Oops. I didn't say the Comac. They're relatively accurate. Dwells far from its birth on floor 10. Not very strong, but tremendously high agility, okay? Vilvin. Monodyme's Tower Mirror Maze. Creature built from intertwining mushroom fibers with deadly nerve toxin. Beware the dagger of its sinuous tentacles. You need to hit the rocks around him. His core you can't hit. That's just to confuse you. Oh. I didn't even think about hitting his rocks. I mean, I saw them, right? But I thought it was just like a visual cue that he's throwing rocks. Oh. I didn't consider that would be something like a armor of sorts to break first. Okay, a mirror. Another mirror. Okay, let's hit the first one first. Which one did I come through? Oh, not that one. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's... Oh, what the... Oh! Okay. Easy. Okay. So mirrors are not necessarily two-way. They can be one-way. Damn, okay. What is that gold knight? Willowware. Guardian of the silver armor. Lamtar's mirror maze, where thick armor its intelligence is the real threat. Chases down intruders with intent to behead. Yeah, imagine. So, my silver armor's in here somewhere. That's where I came from. This is a dead end. This shit again? What? Okay. A little harder to keep track of where I'm going. Oh, that's just a graphical effect. Okay, let's mirror there. All the way to the right. Is there chests? No. Okay. Rabba! The door leading to the girl's cell can only be opened by one with an evil. Oh, this is where I started. This is the beginning of the floor. Okay. Alright. Keep track of these mirrors. Just not, I went down there. Okay, let's go right this time. Left. Oh man, okay. Little disoriented. Well, it's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out. It's beginning. It's the reset mirror. Try this way. This is where I came first. I don't think I touched this mirror. Wait. Okay. Okay, dead end, dead end. So the most mirror leads to a dead end. There's another south mirror. Okay. Another mirror. That's the same hallway. Okay, so it's just the one mirror. Mirror, mirror. Aha. Yes, silver armor. Excellent. Nice. When notes reveals what is hidden in chest, honestly, we consider it a secret because you're the only person out there that can comment every note's in there. Yeah, I like reading the the lore. I like reading the notes. And it's for that exact reason, developers, writers, they'll hide shit in their lore. Little hints here and there. Oh. Let's back to the boss. The purple enemies guarded the sword and shield, and then the notes on these gold guys. Guardian of silver armor. Means I'll find my silver armor this floor, especially with a game that takes away your equipment. I don't know of any game that takes away equipment just to not give it back. Like literally just delete it from the game. It's kind of an asshole design. Well, if I saw any other exits here. Now I don't remember if I went this way. This evening. My information is off. Floor 14. Okay, what is that? Mirror floor. Still floor 14, okay. I don't remember if I came this way yet. I think I got everything on the mirror floor. If not, I'll just head back. Yeah, this is the boss. Okay. Back to the mirror. This guy's got any more dialogue? Because I got everything. No, okay. There's something in here. We can deduce there's a new way somewhere here. So 1 mirror, 2. We're gonna go right first, just to double check. Here north. Nothing there. Okay, here north. Do it again. Does that put me in a circle? Yeah, it does, okay. Only one game that's capable of evil Phantasy Star 2. I never played the old Phantasy Stars. I remember, I think it was maybe a friend or a cousin or something had Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast. But never played the old ones. Like the actual just Phantasy Star. Not the online ones. I played PSO 2, but it's not quite the same. So it came from, okay, it's just one mirror here. Better regen a bit. I'm gonna regen, so be right back. 1 second to refill my water. Okay, water. More water. Phantasy Star 2, if you aren't careful, can really lock yourself. What spoilers in that game? Yeah, sure, why not? I can still enjoy a game. Even if I do get around to playing it. Probably not anytime soon, though. Phantasy Star. Okay, there's stairs there. That's the stairs I want to get to. Right? Because this is where I came from? Yeah, okay. So I get to the stairs. East of Rabba. Okay, first mirror. Oh, maybe not. I take this mirror. I'm gonna take this mirror. On the new area. Okay. Okay. Think I messed up though. Yeah, I did. Okay. So this one first. This one. Left. There is a mirror I missed. I did not go through. I don't think. Might have been this one. No, it wasn't this one. Okay, that's the reset mirror. Fuck. Okay. This one. Left. Down. Stay right. Not stay right. Man, you see reset mirror every time. Let me see. The game introduces you to a character. Then you play and buy better equipment for her. Then in the middle of the game, she dies. Oh, man. I mean, die for good with no return. There's a thing, she's a healer part up to that point. Oh! We got ourselves an Aerith scenario. Ever saw a story where the character die in the middle of the game and don't go back, so she remember your party? Yeah, it's usually quite a shock. The only other game, like I was joking about earlier, is FF7 kills off Aerith. I didn't know Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star 2 sounds probably older, right? So that's probably they probably did it first, I'd imagine. Go right. Sorry, go left. Down. That's the reset. Mirror. Okay, I'm taking a wrong turn somewhere. I think it's the two mirrors I'm fucking up on. Speaking of, I need to... They did it first, yeah, so I figured Phantasy Star is really pretty old as well. It's been around for a long time. Speaking of, I need to play that remake of FF7. I played the first remake game. I haven't played Rebirth yet. I'm waiting for a good sale. Let's try right this time. Okay, this is a circle. I think this is a dead end. It is, okay. Okay, no, she's about to go left, so I'm missing something. I'm missing a turn somewhere. Reset. And it's gonna be really obvious when I find it. When I find where I'm missing. That's the reset. Okay. I was just there too, and I hit the reset mirror. Okay. Kill. There's one mirror here. That's what I'm missing right here. Okay, this is where I'm supposed to go. Now I don't remember which mirror was the reset mirror here. Let's try this one first. This might lead me to where the chest is. Yeah, it does. Okay. Down, down, down to Goblin Town. This mirror. Can't have a reason again, yeah. I will find the exit. I will. I'm just missing something. I could have swore I found it earlier, but I'm trying to end up right of Naba or Raba. Because I see this, I saw the stairs out or up. It's just getting there. Okay, that's reset. Down. Down. Okay. This is a reset. No, it's not. It's not a reset. That's the reset. Oh, it is not. This leads me to the armor. Do I need this damn mask? See what I'm doing? Regen. Okay. Regen a bit just so I don't fucking die. It's regular crap in here. And the right of Rapa. Okay. Just to be sure. Down, 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 down. Okay. This is the area I'm not sure of, so... No, no. Okay, kill this. Just in case. It's just the one mirror. Okay, there's no mirror to go back. That's a reset, what the fuck? Where's this connected to? Okay, so I'm gonna go back to that chest so I can see a little bit more of that hallway. So I have more reference. I believe it's... No, it was left. Fuck. Fuck me. Oh shit, no, I'm just stupid. Okay, I didn't... Yep, okay. There we go. Easy as. So what are you figured out on your first try to just fight it again? Yeah. Yeah, you'll... I'll discover shit on accident and then just completely miss it. Thorough but not paying attention, you know? You save. Ooh. Music change. Curious. I'm gonna keep it on. Activate my notes. Interesting. What does this sound like at the... Okay. Alright. That chiptune sound. Very different too. Okay, what about the complete, or sorry, Chronicles? Well, I like that electric organ. Very nice. I'm gonna keep it on the complete version though. I think it fits the a little bit better. Am I now? PC88 looks a lot, yeah. Okay, this is a very long hallway. Goes outside? Yep. I gotta fight this head on. Fire bulg. Let's take a look at that. Soulless steel-armored sentry guarding Rado's annex around floor 15 of the Tower of Dharm. Ordered to dispose of any intruders who attempt to gain entry. Okay, so Rado's annex is on this floor. And that's where the girl's being held. And we, big heroes, must definitely save her. Just double checking. Battle shield has been obtained. Oh, and some monsters. The shield imbued with fiery zeal. Deflects almost all attacks. It is a big Bump it. Defense. 15 more defense. Oh yeah. There was nothing this way, yeah. Okay. Yep. Stairway went outside. Kill this. Doorway. Okay, you did say Rabo's Annex was a different tower, so this must be it. Like the two moons. Very nice. Bear's just not gonna lie. Never pay attention to the text in the notes, so first time here. Curious if the Japanese version reveals that much, probably not. Yeah, I guess it depends on the localization team. Alcom's localization usually seems pretty on top of stuff like that, though. I say that just playing through the Trails series. What the fuck is that? Oh, he's kind of tanky. Bullfess. But like monster dwelling within Rado's Annex. Digests through absorption and moves farther than anyone would expect. Like anyone, human and monster alike. Oh, there's a lot of them too. Okay. Oh, damn. Kinda really fast too. Okay. Oh wow, okay. We suddenly went isometric, okay. Let's save. Evil door. Okay, so already saved, so just in case, I'm assuming need an evil heart. I don't have an evil heart, but I have an evil ring. Oh, but that. Well, that didn't work. What about the rod? Adol gripped the handle and chanted Akio Books of Ys, but nothing happened. Oh, interesting. Okay, what about the necklace and the ring? Let's try it. Oh, it opened! Yes! Rhea! Oh, I thought it would be Fina here. Adol. It's me, Rhea, the troubadour. Do you remember? Yeah, I remember. I had faith that you would come. I let myself be captured. I knew no other way to find you, and there was something I had to tell you. It's in regards to the man who ultimately locked me in this room. His name is... Dark Fact. Dark Fact. That... Now there's a name. There's a villain's name. Dark Fact. And his cousin. Untimely Opinion. He's a fearsome man of ill intent. He wears a jet black cape to intimidate those around him. It means he uses the power of the monsters to exercise control over all of Hysteria. He may even aspire to conquer the entire world. Adol, you possess the books of Ys, do you not? Most of them. Should Dark Fact acquire those books, the world will suffer consequences most dire. Please, you must somehow put a stop to his evil ambitions. Very few people in the world are capable of reading the books of Ys anymore. You, more than any, have earned the right to do so. Please take this with you. It will grant you the power to read the ancient language of Ys. Ooh. A monocle! Very nice. You've read all 6 of... Oh, there's only 6, okay. I guess I have all of them. You've read all 6 of the books. The full scope of the legends shall become known. Please uncover the truth. Okay, give me a second. Oh, I've got 5 of them. Okay. I don't want that on anymore. Let me save real fast. Okay, so... Monocle limb seems to be in perfect condition. Okay, with this I can read these books. Okay, I already read that. Okay. See this 4th book. The Book of Mesa. We finally found ourselves cornered in the Temple of Solomon. 6 great demons dog our every step. Be upon us soon. We've decided to leave this land for now and hope that we may one day return. Take heed, O divided peoples, for grievous times loom upon all paths of the future. But do not lose hope. Time is decreed that a guide shall come. O people, still your laments. Okay, the next one. The Book of Gemma. Like Luda? Luda Gemma? He came, bringing his demon hordes with him. And amidst our darkest terrors, the goddesses disappeared. They had not been seen hence. We've been forsaken. We of the line of Gemma know an ancient story. It speaks of an amulet made of a translucent blue crystal. This amulet, the story says, has the power to destroy the demon's dreaded curses. Take note, however, of the weight that time has wrought upon this tale. Proceed with wisdom, where there is danger. Amulet with a blue crystal, huh? Is that Theris crystal? Let me read that again. Translucent blue crystal. Power to destroy the demon's dreaded curse. Interesting. I'm gonna put that on, unless it's talking about this blue necklace. You're so unfunny, you've already unequipped the evil ring. Yeah, you... Yeah, you wish I kept that on, huh? Leave the room and just fucking die. After all that dialogue, devs really wanted you to forget about the ring and commit the mistake. Yeah, I almost did. Sometimes dreadful place. It's oddly familiar to me. You must go. Never fear, Adel Kristen. There is something I must do, and once I have accomplished my task, I will follow you. Do be careful when facing Dark Fact. The black cape has been augmented with a lining made from Cleria. Magical metal of Ys. Oh, it's a metal! If you do not have equipment made of the same metal, you will likely be unable to defeat him. Is that this... Is that the silver? Because all the silver is being stolen, right? Made from Cleria, the magical metal of Ys. See if you're unable to defeat him. Silver glow can destroy evil. Does she want me to equip the silver? Silver equipping. This Cleria is what? Wait, what's that? Okay. Well, until I fight this dark fact. Samuel back on. Just keep using his battle shields. Excuse me. Pardon. Get a save. Slaughter them. Don't remember where those stairs are. Which one went back the way I came? I think it was that way, so this way. Japanese, I mean, in Turley's called dark fucked. Dark fucked. Dark fucked. Dark fucked. Dark fucked. Daruku. Wrong way. What is that? Scorpion. Oh, he is really tanky. What the fuck? Okay. There we go. This thing hurts. Don't respawn. Fucking respawn. Yeah, let's just go head on. Where's my shield? Oh no! This could be it! I might be down here! Oh no! No. We're okay. Breather. Take a minute. Take 5. Shit. God damn. We're okay. Make sure my rings are on. Damn. I had my heal ring on. It's not doing anything for me. That is a lot of scorpions. What the fuck? Okay. Up. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, no. No. That's not working. Yeah, if I slow him down. Oh, I have the mirror too. Hold up. I've never actually used the mirror in combat, so I'll go ahead and use that. Fuck these scorpions, man. Yeah. Fascinated. Interesting. Ooh. Heal potion. Okay. Moral. Dwells on floor 17 of Dharm Tower. Charges his opponents in a straight line, making short work of them. Best not to attack a Kilmerl head on, lest you be quickly gored. Yeah. Really? Oh no! My game crashed. That's okay. What a shame! I don't think I saved... I didn't save that far back. Okay. Oh man, that sucks. Here, let me double check my... That's the first crash I've gotten. Yeah, it crashed. I don't know. I just looked at their note, and then when I closed it, it died. Sucks. I'm right here, so it's not that big loss. Yeah, I just closed the no and then it just black screen and the game closed. First crash in this game. First and only, hopefully. Let me save just to be sure. I think this would be a game 2 crash. Okay, so this does seem familiar. Chamber. Okay, let's go right first. Right and down. There's stairs in the northeast, so just checking, see what's here. Lots of gold knights here. Oh. Of course. Another stairs, okay. You'll understand why that potion is over there, it's not random. Oh, good. Well, I still got my old one, luckily. Oh, damn, ow. I'll go to these stairs first. Upper right stairs. Regen a bit. Regen and heal. And save. What is that? Green Knights. Assassins or something. Okay, this is what crashed me last time, was notes. Violos. Habits floor 19. Where talons of both arms as well as armor laid upon naturally scaly skin will not break its stride no matter what. Oh, those gold knights are new too. Belmark. Or Selmark, sorry. As like the Rifligan. I think floor 18. Lead us to the elite, boasting sword techniques other monsters could only dream of. You complete an eternal, you could rename saves. That would be helpful. Oh! Oh, man. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on a second. Got my amulet equipped. If it looks like a trap, it's probably a trap. Alright. Battle armor has been obtained. Very nice. Team more defense. Armor imbued with the power of flame. Can withstand any attack. You're traumatized by the statues. Yeah, you're fucking right, I am. I see two statues next to each other. I'm like, oh, gotta stop. Stop. Take a second. Make sure my amulet's on. It'd suck if I got sent all the way back to the first floor. Gotta go through all these floors. Gotta go through the mirror maze again. Gotta go through all the shit again. Hell no. Hell no. Save again. View saves. View saves. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, these guys are really tanky. What the hell? Oh, I might be dead here. No, I'm okay. I can't kill him though. Goodness. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Jen. Let's save just to be sure. Make sure my equipment. Okay, everything's set. Keep on this. Hesitant to abuse my. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Okay. Hesitant to abuse my mirror. It says it's gonna break. I'm gonna use it once though. These guys are really tanky. I'd like to kill one for a note, but oh no. Okay. Damn. Oh my god, okay. Let's regen real slowly. Crap for okay. I'm gonna try and finesse that chest. Flame sword has been obtained. Oh, cool. An unmatchably strong fiery blade. Nothing can stand against it. We'll see about that. Okay, nice. Oh, okay. I can get him in a... like that, I can kill him easily. Oh, okay. What the hell are those things? Ah, I can't see my notes. What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna regen again. Flame sword is nice. Look at that. That's all the... yeah, battle armor, battle shield, flame sword, okay. This with the double damage ring. This thing still hurt. Save. Oh, good. Another mirror floor. What is that? Okay, now I can see my notes. Fourth. It's floor 20. The strongest warrior amongst monsters by leaps and bounds. Nobody take on more than one at a time is suicide. Yeah. About that. Euchris. Euchrius. The cruel magician inhabiting Darm Tower's mirror maze. Cloaked and wields a magic sword, able to freely move amongst the mirrors, enjoys toying with its mark. Not as tough as those other guys. What is that? Orditch. A fearsome ogre inhabiting Darm Tower's mirror maze uses sculpted body as a weapon. Manages to outperform the Euchrius despite having no real defense. Huh. Okay, so there's path left, path right. Lots of paths. Let's stick left for now. Okay, so here. The mirror, okay. A single mirror. Let's try the single mirror. What is this? Oh, it just reset me. Okay, here. And that's okay. That's the reset. Oh, shit. There we go. Take this left area first. Another reset. Okay. So we want to go right. Boom. Good double mirrors. Okay, so we'll go right first. That's a reset. Okay. Back. Go right. I'm gonna have to regen here in a second. Excuse me. There we go. We'll make this a safe room. Up. Let's see. Okay, I think this mirror room's a little bit... Oh. Easier than the others. Let's heal up. Okay. Alright. Oh my, okay. Oh, that hurts. Okay, that hurts a lot. That... They switched. Okay. Was that the yellow? Shit. Okay, okay. Kind of thread through these projectiles. Okay, okay. Simple so far. I'm gonna die. Oh, he's losing projectiles. I'm still gonna die. Oh shit. Oh, that probably killed me. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Walked into that. Devs gave up on this. Makes them interesting. Yeah, it's kind of... Looks scary. It looks scary. It's not that scary. It's not that bad. Now, all we're relying on is me to have the skill to not get hit too much. I'm gonna thread through these projectiles. I'm failing. Luckily they lose them the more I hit them. It's one gone. Oh, they do move faster though. The projectiles move faster. Shit, okay. Missed it. Okay. 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 Oh, that hurt. One left. This, okay, now it's easy. Okay. Yeah, that boss wasn't too bad. The bat is still king. Oh, did it reset me? It did reset me. Okay. I touched the wrong mirror in that room, the boss room. That's the down up. Okay. The music has stopped. Oh no. Okay. Going to save. Sure. Boss door. Oh. The instant Adol touched the door, searing pain shot up his arm. Do I have to equip the rod? Okay. Accio, Books of Ys. Nope. Okay. What the amulet? Nope. The crystal. Nope. The silver set? Nope. What am I missing? No, not that. Hmm. Let me read. Made of translucent blue crystal. The story says, power to destroy the demon's dreaded curses. Danger. Hmm. Key? Nope. No, not the monocle. Evil ring? Nope. Okay. Okay, I'm missing something. Pain shot up his arm. Does the ring count as part of the set? Nope. Hmm. Oh. Yoglix and Omulgan. Two hits may be better than one, but these two are worse than anything. As they come in for the attack, one hit is real and the other illusory. Damage is dealt, the two take off. Okay. I'm assuming this is Dark Facts page. I haven't missed a floor, I haven't missed an enemy. I'm missing a book, but I don't know if that's important. 6 great demons dogger every step. I'm assuming that's the bosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a dark fact at the top, okay. The guide shall come. Gimma. Translucent blue crystal. It seems you are confused now. Yeah, a little bit. A little lost, but I will find my way. It's not that. It's not the Caesar. I am missing a book. Smash it. Nope. Mirror, mask of eyes, doesn't show anything. This necklace doesn't do anything either. Evil ring didn't help me. Shield ring? Nope. Damage ring? Nope. Timer? Nope. Maybe I missed something in the mirror base or this room. It seemed like it. I'm getting in that door. Do not think otherwise. I am getting in that damn door. Perhaps I'm missing. Why did all the demons are gone? In case you think you just locked yourself up, no, you didn't. Very correct in the way you're doing so far. Okay, that's good. I don't have to like, I don't have to reload any saves. So I'm not thinking of something. What is it? That's the question. Okay, I missed anything? The demons are all gone, so I'm just gonna wear this mask. Accio books of these. My assumption, my first thought is that it's the rod. But I need all the books. I don't have all the books. So I may have missed one somewhere. The bosses have all been guarding the books. Less. With these warnings too, there's no way to lock in yourself. Okay. That's good to know. Can't soft lock myself for missing something. So why am I locked in this room? Let's go through every item. This Rhea might have an answer. Let's read the books again. I'm gonna save before I use this, just in case it breaks. I don't think it's gonna matter, but nope. My equipment, is it? Maybe I gotta be naked. Nope. The strongest stuff. The evil ring. I tried that before, but perhaps as a hint. There's a spook crystal, an amulet, the necklace, the blue necklace. Kill the 6 great demons. You have all the silver set. I have it equipped even. Tova. At all. Every combination possible, yeah. Twin trees, two roots. Maybe the evil ring with the. Oh no! Okay, I loaded. I save right there. Fuck that ring, man. The only thing I can think of is I'm missing a book. That's the last one. I don't think I missed any chests. Double check out here. Oh, these guys again. Forgot about those. Eventually you will die. Eventually. Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me put on my other stuff. Ouch. I'm missing something. Missing. I think I was go back to Rhea and see if she has dialogue, but the rod, when I use the rod, it mentions the books of Ys, so I'm thinking I need to. Oh, I just got an achievement. I maxed out my money. 99,999 gold. Perfect. I think I just went in a circle. I can't leave the tower. I want to seal the entrance. You can find a story in the tower somewhere, yeah. Assuming you aren't joking. Been all this gold. All this lovely gold. Heal potion, okay. Oh Jesus, not this shit again. Better be worth it, Rhea. I think she was... maybe not. Demons, yeah, it's just demons. Demons, demons, demons. Up the isometric tower. Alright. Oh, this shit. Okay. Here are the amulets on. Ring. Cute. Okay. Here, magical metal Ys. So that's the silver armor. You have the same metal unit. Able to defeat him. Okay, I have the silver armor. There's only with the door though. You're not hiding anything in here, are you? Oops. Yeah. Hidden, okay. Now I'm paranoid. Now I'm paranoid I missed something with this damn mask. Nope. You want it so badly, yeah. Okay, so it's unlikely I missed something. I suppose there's no reason to run back because I have a save right there. So close it's so far, yeah. Okay, so I went through the keys. Went through all these. I think these are just sellables, but yeah, the rod. It's not the necklace. Yeah, well, this silver equipped. Evil ring doesn't do anything. Not here, anyway. It does the arm key. This doesn't show anything. Here, anyway. Find all the rings. Conundrum. I feel like if I go all the way back to talk to like Raba and Dogi and Luda, it'd just be a waste of time. On the sides here. On tips, you know what? Because I feel like I'm right at the end. You know what? Sure, give me a tip. I'm missing something. I know I am. I don't know what it is. I'm missing a book. I know that. None of the keys work. These items. Silver armor doesn't make a difference. Not for this door. Up to 25 floors. Damn, this is a big ass dungeon. I didn't realize how tall this tower is. Is it going to be a waste of time? What, going back to talking to the others? I don't know. Going back to Rhea was because she didn't have anything new to say, but I mean, I can run back. Well, yeah, I guess I'll try it. Shit, I should have saved it in front of Rhea. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. Fine. Raba and Luda and maybe one of them has an answer. Let's go fast. Up here. Trying to forget a little bit where I'm going. 19th floor. That's the okay. It's the chest room. Or I'm gonna start making liberal use of that mask. Just in case. He likes to hide shit, so. That's the potion. Yep. Not too worried about. Oh, that's right. It's this room. Okay. On my way, just in case I'm gonna. chest, okay. Outside. Last mirror maze, okay. Now Raba's here somewhere. Where's that reset mirror? Not that one. Okay, Raba. Sure as shit. The door to the top floor saw you flying back when you touched it. Guess it's behind a barrier of some sort. My necklace has the power to repel evil, but you may need something with even greater strength. If I'm not mistaken, Luda has an amulet made of the same crystal. Perhaps if you were in possession of such an amulet, you could get through. Alright. Back to Luda. Appreciate the tip. Shaq Nunick. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Probably eventually would have started backtracking and started combing through the floors again, but not looking forward to doing that. Okay, this guy was past this floor. This is not the room he was in, I don't think. No, okay. Okay, no. No, okay, it's just a one way. So it's a dead end, so here maybe? Be thorough. I think this is the way originally. Let's see. This goes up or down. If it stays on the 10th floor. Stays on 10th floor, okay. No, it goes on a 9. Okay, try the other way. Other stairs. There we are. Blood trail. Luda. The girl is safe. Thank goodness. It's really quite odd. I've never met that girl before, and I'm absolutely terrified for her. Wait, is that... Why do you have the Book of Gemma? That's my family's ancestral album. I lost it when I was a little boy, and I've always wondered where it may have gotten to. Back then, my father told me something. He said that the one who found all 6 books of Ys would be granted the power to bring peace to Asteria. All. This is another ancient heirloom passed down in my family, and I'd like for you to have it. The blue amulet. Okay. So I just had the baby version. That's what it boiled down to. Leg's a bit worse than I previously thought. I think I'll stay here in safety and rest for a bit longer. I'll be fine. You have to go, right? Don't you worry about me. Once my legs stop throbbing, I'll make my way out of here. Tried to warn you previously, you didn't pay attention. Guess I hide well behind the true meaning of what I was saying. Yeah. I was fooled. Oh, we're there, we're there. Perhaps I've gotten so accustomed to modern games not requiring so much backtracking, which I'm fine with backtracking. It's just Never see it very much anymore. Oops. Those doors. There we go. Up, 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 up. There are 10 floors. Almost there. Almost there. Last stretch. Last stretch. Is this anything different? Don't lose that amulet. Quasar gonna be needed. Leave that amulet should do the trick. Give it a try. You may find the puppet master behind all these horrific events behind that door. I can't imagine who it is. Definitely not Dark Fact. But I doubt he'll go down without a fight. You best be well prepared. Take care of yourself, Adol. May destiny be with you. Well said, old man. Okay, once more through this maze. This is the right way. You're lost in this maze again. Yep, there is. A reset. You want me to reveal a spoiler behind the backtracking? Ah, I'm right at the end. Sure, why not? Wrong one. Down, down, down. Nope, that's not it either. The wrong way I went through. There we go. This one. And there's also a reset. I saw those stairs unless I'm wasting time in here. That would suck. You go back after being able to read the Book of Gemma. Okay. Oh. Nope. This way. This is a reset. Here. I'm almost certain it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Reset mirror. Okay. Down, 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 down. Down, down, down. There's the down. The chest, okay. Left, down, left, and down. Always down. Not there, though. The trick is too hard. brain's getting a little right here. Brain's getting a little foggy. I can't remember it was simple to get there. Because when I got there, it's like, oh, there it is. That's just where I came from. Okay. Trapped in a maze yet again. What's up? You see me on the same path? Yeah, my my brain is telling me it's time for some sleep, but I really want to see the end of this game. I'm invested, god damn it. I go. Did I? Okay, take a breather. Take a second. Take a second. Take a second. Reset. Reset my brain. Reset, reset, reset. Dark Rack's gonna be easy. Yeah, I fully expect him to destroy me quite a few times. This is a loop door, or mirror. Just send me back to the same spot. Oh. And then I went, oh, that's how you do it. God damn it. How simple. So simple. A monkey could do it. In the maze twice. Yeah. Okay, I need the mirror here. Mirror, mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who gives a fuck about this all? Not me. I think it's not here. Making my way back. Back to the dark fact. I think this is the wrong way. Does these mean that this is the... Yep, okay. You're a nightmare. That heal potion be more useful. Yeah. I'm getting sloppy. Getting sloppy for these mobs. Let's make a camera. There we go. Oh boy, okay. Weave through that. Okay. Okay, yes. Out of my way. May never see a mirror again. I swear if I get stuck here. Pretty sure I gotta go left. Quick mirror. That's the question. No. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we are. Gonna regen. Tell me about origins. Let me guess. More mirrors. More mirror mazes. Where's this stupid amulet? There it is. Answer the pale and frigid light. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and book was mentioning silver. Destroy evil. Destroy evil. The rings. Gonna save. Sure. Okay. How long did that take? 40 minutes later. Okay. All right. Whoa. Oh, damn. He's very big. Well now, you must be the swordsman Diarrhea spoke of. Your efforts to acquire the books of Ys have been truly impressive. I salute you. But in unlocking the secrets contained therein, you have brought my plan full circle. Upon your death here today, the name of Darkfact shall be seared into the pages of history. When the 6 books are gathered, a great power shall be revealed. But sadly, you are not fated to see it. We'll see about that. Oh my god! Oh! Oh goodness! I was talking shit. I was talking a lot of shit and I shouldn't have. Oh, there's so much going on. Okay. He is whittling me down very fast. Dark fact. You dark dick. Oh god. I'm dead. Oh no. Move the character, yeah. I will. Alright. Let's just hide down here. Maybe he won't see me. Goodness. God. Cool room, but... Just making sure. Alright. Round 2. You dark fact. You big prick. Yeah. Evil monologue. Come on. Oh, he destroys the stage too. Okay, I definitely don't want him to destroy the... Oh, shit. Oh my god, okay. Dark fact. Oh, I'm gonna remember this guy. I'm gonna remember this guy. A very long time. Oh no, I'm stuck! I'm stuck! No! No, I'm just gonna... Fucking dead. I'm fucking dead, yep. My goodness, okay. 4. Okay, when I hit him, he destroys part of the stage. Oh, damn. This is getting very hairy, very fast. Keep missing him. Okay. Motherfucker. I only got him like a quarter. Sure, yeah. This one's going down in the books. Cool design. Glad he's got the mechanics to back up his looks. Okay, corners. Getting hit by fucking everything. Try not to hit him in the middle. I don't want to get trapped. No, I'm dead. Did better that time. Got him about a third of his HP down. Double, that's right, you were saying 60 FPS, double projectiles. I want to like try and reduce though. Reduce FPS. I gotta shut down the game and all that. In which case, I may as well just end the stream. Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. Just got stuck there. Okay, it's kind of, you can kind of predict where he's gonna go, and I shouldn't trap myself like that. Try to hit him on the outsides first. Well, not like that. Not like that. I can kind of hit him in passing. Not when I'm running into corners. This is already getting hairy. Fuck. If I keep moving left to right, the projectiles have trouble hitting me. But it's that getting rid of the map stuff makes me turn and then I get hit. Because that's what it feels like. I'm not hitting him at all. Come on up. Oh, shit. Okay. If I sweep across, gonna snake my way left and right. Nah, I'm still getting hit by shit. Oh shit, this is not going good already. Okay, okay. These projectiles suck. I'm running out of space though. No. Oh, I think this is it. Yep. Did better that time. 2/3 HP. Curious for this other. I'm definitely gonna die. But I think it's theme. Here's where the other soundtracks sound like. It's gonna kill me. Damn. Stuck in a corner. Here's PC-88. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool sound. Yeah. Shit. Okay. Getting there. Okay. Good practice. Hit. I can hit him over here, but I'm gonna die. I'm definitely dead. Damn. Oh, damn. No, I'm dead. Damn. About his other... It's Chronicles sound. Okay, it's not a bad sound. I think I definitely prefer Complete's theme for him. Oh. I want to get stuck down here. If I can hit him one more time. Shit. Oh, I'm stuck now. Damn it. No. Dead. I'm so dead. Yep. Before fighting him, let's see. Oh, yeah. Come on, Dark Fact. You got this. Oh, that was kind of hairy. Missed him again. Missed him again. Missed him again. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Too many projectiles. Hear it a bit? Okay. Be a good song. Especially compared to Chronicles. Yeah. Hell yeah. I kind of wish they played this maybe on like the last floor. Oh, the last floor is the mirror maze though. One of the mirror mazes. So there is more time to hear more of it. Or just being relegated to this one room before the fight. Alright, Dark Fact. Damn, okay. Strong start, strong start. You gotta stay in that corner. Missed him. That sucks. I'm probably fucked on this run. Missed him again. Damn. You complete a tutorial, you can skip dialogue bosses. Yeah, that would have been nice here. Skip through his monologue every single time. I can actually hit him multiple times with the right angle. Dead. Walked to that. Oh no! I lost so hard it kicked me to the main menu. Hit my ass out of the fucking game. He did it again. Alright, alright. I think I wanted to play this game on Nightmare too. And I actually entertained that thought. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Shit. Keep missing him. Okay, fuck. Okay, okay. Shit. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so dead. Yep. Oh, he was so close. Damn. He was so close. You see it, you can cheat the boss, hit it multiple times, it destroys only one section of the floor, not multiple. Yeah. Trying to stick to the corners and outsides. Easier said than done, though. Okay. Okay. Alright. Probably dead for this run. Yeah, too many projectiles. Okay. You died 5 times? Yeah. I'm on, what? Death 10? Death 11? I'll get him. Got time. Okay, that first... He does. I can actually hit him twice. Shit. Shit. Oh, damn it. I can kind of hit him twice right away, as soon as he starts. 1, 2, okay. I think he... Damn it. Top left. Right. Fuck. Missing a lot of hits I don't need to miss, I think. I this game on GOG as well. Already finished 100% achievement on Steam, but on GOG I want to experience the game again. Don't touch the PC version since a long time. Let's see if it's really as hard as people are saying it is. I think Dark Fact, it feels like, I haven't been paying that close attention. It feels like he does actually move in the same angles. I feel like every time the fight starts I can hit him top, left, and left immediately. So there probably is a way to hit him, and I feel like I'm not hitting him. I'm missing a lot of hits I don't need to miss. Like I'm whiffing a lot of hits on him. Like here and here I can hit him instantly, no problem. And then I whiff that. Okay. I don't want it. I'm trying not to hit him at the outsides, but... Dead. Okay. Damn. He does? Okay, yeah. That's what it feels like. Can hit him top, left. Right, okay. I'm gonna try to remember. I can hit those first two angles, no problem. It's right after that I get thrown off. 1, 2. Okay, I think I hit him twice. Shit. Yeah, whiffed it again. Motherfucker. Yeah, whiffing it again. Yeah. Shit, okay. Not my best run, but... The double projectiles does not help at all. Now the real challenge, to beat it with 120 FPS. Quadruple projectiles. And I am missing and missing and missing. I tried to use TS in this boss using only the first sword. Battle's insane. It's possible for a machine, but impossible for humans. Yeah. That tracks. I already missed the first two. Okay. This sucks. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay. Is that? Oh, goddamn. Damn. See if you can show me the battle list. Okay. Sounds good. I don't think I have links disabled. I might. Let me know. Just gotta go to my stream elements. Shit, I'm already whiffing. Already whiffing on my hits. So another mistake I'm making is I cannot turn around once you hit him. Because that block that you were leaving gets destroyed. Keep moving forward. Missed that. I got that top right area. Hit. One second here. Nick's disabled. I might. Let's see. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's mostly just a countermeasure against the bots on Twitch. Give me a second. I can save that for a little bit to the end of the stream anyway. Should enable links, so go ahead and post it. At your leisure. At your leisure. You can wait till I beat it first? Okay. Sounds good. Okay, when I hit here and down here, okay. That whip that real bad. Okay. I'm already fucking this up. Okay. I can't go that way. Okay, I'm stuck here now. Shit. Better than most. Up. Left. Damn. Okay. The right one at least. The status 2. Okay. Nope. It's that. Hit. Hit. Doing better. Doing better. Don't want to get stuck though. Okay. It's that. Oh, okay. That was good. Nice, nice. I'm gonna die though. The projectiles. Yeah. Oh, it's so close. So close. So close. Come on, Dark Fact. Come on. Me and you, buddy. It's always been me and you. Yeah. Okay, I can't hit him there. I'm already fucking this up. Okay. Corner's fucked. Okay. Hey, I'm probably gonna fail this. I think I'm getting hit by too many projectiles. Yeah, too many projectiles, okay. Again. Again. Oh, nice. That was... that was 3 hits to start and instant death. Okay. Oh, I stood still for that. That sucks. Whiff that really bad. Okay. Try not to get stuck in corners. Oh, that's close. Too many projectiles. Oh shit. Yep. Close, 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 close. Very close. Just got a kill counter. What's that? Strong start, not a strong start. It's okay. Dang. I thought I could get that block and not get killed. Okay. Too greedy, too greedy. It's there. Nice. Okay, okay, this is good. This is good so far. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Okay. Get too greedy. Oh, I think the projectiles are gonna do me in the... Yeah, I'm not hitting him at all. Okay. Fucked. Strong start. Very strong start. Dark fact. His name will haunt me. Oh, yeah. Oh no! I'm stuck. Damn it. Okay. So many inners, and I need to get the outer blocks. Missed him. Oh shit. No. Too many projectiles. Nah, dead. I'm stuck. Once more, once more. Okay, okay. Bad, not bad, not bad. Oh, I whiffed that. Okay. Whiffing it again. Oh. Walked back to the corner. He will die, Dark Fact. Oh, I missed him, damn. It really, I think it throws me off that it's just like the bottom of his cape is the hitbox. I missed that. Fuck. Okay. It's a very strong start. Oh shit. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh man. Left. Whip that. Whiffing it. Trapped. Okay. Okay. This kind of sucks though. I think I'm dead. I started so good too. I was doing so well. Okay, another run. Instantly hit that second. Okay, okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. This sucks. I can hit him in his bottom left corner. Damn. Projectiles. Okay, this is good. This is good so far. Getting it. A little bit more. Might have fucked my map though. Okay. Missed that. Okay. Whiffing. Okay, hit him. Nice. With that. Whiffed it again. Got him, okay. I might be dead here. Projectiles are gonna kill me. Yep. Projectiles, projectiles. What's that? Trying to time these corners and outsides. Doing good. Okay. Okay, this is where it's gonna get hairy. Projectiles, projectiles. Yep. Getting them. Getting to be so close. I think the first 5 seconds are everything. Okay. Is Adol? I move slower when I walk right. And I think that's throwing me off quite a bit. What? Maybe not. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks. I swear it feels like I move slower when I walk to the right this fight. Well, that might, maybe I'm just making up excuses for sucking. I'll go down on that. Go up on that. Getting close. Very close. I hit him a lot there. Whiffed it, whiffed it, whiffed it. Okay, got him. Okay. Damn. Oh shit. Okay, no, I'm okay. This is already going well. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Not bad. Not really good, but not bad. Cornered again. Once more. Once more. Sucks. A lot better than before, though. Gonna hit him in that corner. Shit. Oops. They get those first two hits consistently. It's that corner right there that throws me off every time. Oh shit. I'm stuck. Please start fact. Keeps throwing me off. Damn, a lot. Oh, damn it. Can kind of run with him. Hit him multiple times. Just does a sizable amount of damage to him. Since it's space. Shit. Oh, get that here. Okay. I kind of run with him, intercept and run with him. I'm gonna stay on the outsides towards the insides. Easier to hit him multiple hits when I know when he's bouncing. Shit. It's cutting it close. Cutting it very close. Yes! Yes! Yeah. Buddy, hell yeah. Oh, hell yes. Yes. Damn it. Oh man. That's gonna take a save right there. Oh man. Adol found the last book of Ys in the folds of Dark Fact's cape. Fuck yes. Now, let me read this thing. The black book. Book of Fact. Suddenly, in the new light of the rising sun, his siege stopped. Wherefore it happened, no one knows, even now. But there was rejoicing, for it meant the end of our suffering. To ensure that he should never return, we have sealed away the power of Ys. It lies within the 6 books, and will be given to one who collects them all, so that he may become a guide and lead us to peace. But heed, ye who read these words. Those who use the powers of demons shall one day be consumed by them. The prosperity held within is a lie. It is he who leads that shapes the form of evil. All that is, jewel and adamant alike, is a treasure of Ys, as given us by our merciful goddesses. Book of Fact. I can move myself back now. I think that's the end of the bosses. No more boss fights. No more. No more. When Adol held all 6 books, a powerful white light filled his vision. A great feeling of serenity overtook him. All 6 books. The morning sun began to rise. Gradually, the sky brightened, and the tower's outline began to shimmer like a mirage. As if freed from captivity, birds began to sing, and the demons dissolved into air. Adol felt the weight of a long journey lift from his heart. The world was at peace. It was as though the historic bounty of Ys had been laid before him, to fill his eyes and soul. As the things written in the books vanished, one by one, the shapes of the goddesses began to materialize. Though their faces were unfamiliar, Adol felt in some way that he had always known them. As he looked down upon the earth, he could see Jiba's house, quiet and humble. He wondered if Fina's memory had come back. He decided that when he returned, he would immediately tell her of all that he had seen. A dazzling light, seemingly from all sides at once, bathed Adol in radiance. He felt certain that it must be him wishing him peace and good fortune. And so, Adol began a new journey. In the sequel, Ys 2. Oh, damn. Chinese Spanish. Very nice. Very good game. Very, very good. Who? Yuki Mashida nor Yuki Chiyoda. Okay. Well then. That boss, Dark Fact, is definitely a 17 JDK. Okay. Yeah, that Dark Fact was definitely definitely an experience that I will not forget. And that's with double projectiles. It's not even as hard as form. To think that I actually entertained playing this in Nightmare, I would not have been able to kill him. Those projectiles would have done way too much damage. I would have just been dead. Hard locked. Very cool. Very, very cool. Well-earned credits roll. I don't even know how many deaths did I die? I must have died at least a good 40 tries, 40 times, 50 times even. That's very cool. Very cool look too. I like his name, Dark Fact. That's a cool name. It's a silly ass name, but it's a cool name. Overall name. Nice. Applause. We continued Ys Chronicles, yeah. Probably load that up tomorrow. Alright. So we're gonna call it there, definitely. I need some well-deserved rest after that one. Been a little bit longer than I expected, but yeah. I was hellbent on seeing the end. Kill that dark fact. And put him in his place. Save the save Rhea. Save Rhea. Save Rhea. Save Rhea. Save Luda. Save Roa or Raba. Meet Dogi. Shout out to Dogi. Saved me from that jail 3 times. Dark fact. Dark fact. That is a name I will not be forgetting anytime soon. So, but yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Jack Nunick, pleasure to see you again in my stream. And I really like all the things you tell me about Ys. I really like hearing all that. Little facts, little dark facts about the game. When hearing that name, saying that name makes me shudder. Dark fact. But to anyone who tuned in, thank you so much for watching. Or if you're just watching the VOD, thank you so much for watching that as well. See those viewer counts. And I will likely be streaming again tomorrow night. Maybe not as long, definitely not as long as the stream. Gonna be playing Ys II Chronicles, continuing our adventures with Adol. And seeing his fate when it comes to this. These 2 games go hand in hand. We'll see where he ends up. And the fate of the other characters of Asteria. So, once again, thanks for watching. And as always, good evening, a good night, a good day, wherever you may be. And thank you for watching. Take care.